The Anwa or the Aniwak Nilotes of southern Ethiopia, that's in the area of Ethiopia they call Gambela, right?
Yep, yep.
Gambela area, right? Consequently regard the Amhara, the Oromo, Tigray, and other Afro-Asiatic groups collectively as Gala in contradistinction to themselves, right? Boom. So we're going to stop
Yeah.
right there. I'm going to single out specifically the Oromo, right? So the Gambela, or the people from the Gambela region, they consider the Oromo to be racially distinct from them. And so they don't have a concept of race, by the way, right? But they look at them as distinct from themselves in physical features, et cetera, generally, right? So I don't know. You there, Fetty? We tracking? We on the
Yeah,
same
I'm
page?
listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
Right?
Yeah.
Boom. All right, now check this out. Go in the chat of this discussion. You know the message bubble. You click it. Go in that chat. I put some pictures in there, right? Let me know when you see them.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Those like the Anuak people, a little bit of other Oromo. And,
Now
yeah.
hold on. Let me get it off. And I want everybody else to go in there and look at it too, right? So, because I think this will help in these discussions, clearing it up. So, if you look at the top pictures, these are all Oromo women, right? They're Afro-Asiatic speakers. They live in the Omo Valley of Ethiopia, and these would be among the people who the Nilotes, right, would consider to be Gala or distinct from themselves. So we still tracking so far, Fetty?
Yeah, of course, bro. I
So,
sent it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No,
Yeah,
no,
go
no,
on.
no,
Keep
no.
going.
I just want to know if it's tracking.
let him finish. Let him finish.
Hold
Hold on a second, because we got a live audience now. No, we got a
Yeah.
live audience now. I'm trying to make sure that the
I
premise
like
is
how
clear.
you
He in the middle of We could be floating around it. I'm just trying to make it clear right there.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So we still tracking. Beautiful. All right. So the top picture, you see those Oromo women, and then at the bottom, I have 3 pictures of people from the Gambela region who are the Anuak. Right now, I would say unequivocally that all of these people are unquestionably black, except for that picture in the middle with the 2 girls in the white. I would put them in the racially ambiguous category. But my point is, you look at those women in the Oromo, right? I'd say a good portion of them, a good majority of them, they're physically distinct from the Anuak, but they are unambiguously, and both are unambiguously and unquestionably black. Would you agree with that, Fetty? Just
I'm
these
not.
pictures.
I'm not going to agree to a faulty premise because, for one, I don't know in that picture if that person has a. See what I'm saying? Nigga can talk for 2 minutes, and as soon as I say something, but I'm saying showing me a certain amount, showing me limited pictures of a certain person in that Afro-Asiatic group, again, can undermine or limit the overall diversity or look of that overall group. So I don't want to play the picture game, but I see what you're saying. Like but a lot of questions I would ask is, for one, is those Afro-Asiatic people who you consider black in that photo, they may have a large majority of recent Nilotic ancestry, which may have them look that way. I don't know the context of those people, or those certain pictures that you showed, but again, you didn't address none of what you read.
Hell of a point.
You didn't address anything that you read regarding them practicing shit that I've been trying to tell y'all as to the groups y'all call black and lumping them all together culturally, lookership wise, all of that. Those Afro-Asiatic
We're not
people.
doing that though. We're not doing that.
You just spoke for 2 minutes, bro.
Go ahead. My bad.
I'm saying, if again, historically, they always delineated themselves from those Niger Congo people, bro. And you even got now those same people who you would call black. Historically, the East Africans I know who know history and their culture, they say we not black. And you got a lot of the new, Somalians who may have moved to America and, resonated with the black, lens of how to look at the world and our oppression and all of that. And they call themselves black. But the people who I know who know the history behind it and how the ancestors said, no, we're not these people. They make that distinction. That's all I'm saying.
Beautiful. Now, the way how people self-identify, that's on them, right? But for the purposes of this discussion, when we're talking to each other, I think, Fetty, oftentimes when you hear me or Chef say both these groups of people are black, I think you get the impression that we're intimating or implying that these are one people culturally, socially, blah 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 blah. No,
No, I don't think that.
From. We're saying that both these people are along this same phenotypical spectrum. That's independent of language, independent of culture, independent of all of that.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here. We couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yo.
We're hearing you.
Yes. So Fetty, did you hear what I said insofar as
No, he
when
didn't
people
hear you. We didn't hear you.
So I was saying when most people say black, Fetty, I think for you automatically look at it from the context of the phylogenetic tree, culture, language, all of that stuff. But when me and Chef say black,
I agree with that.
when me and Chef say black,
Chef said it best. When we say black, we mean Negro.
No.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Hold on.
Sub-Saharans that lack non-Eurasian ancestry, and they have a look that you can clearly see that is, basal African.
See now that you see now, I think we at least we have can everybody hear me?
Yeah, how we hear you?
All right.
Yeah,
now I think we have reached a nice little crossing point right here where we could all get on the same page, right? So it's clear that for Fetty, the only black people is the what's buddy name you be saying, Corey?
West
Is
African.
Drew Holiday.
Bior.
Ancestral East Africans and ancestral West Africans who are always considered Negroes, not only based off the skin tone, but a certain look. The look that was
right.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Right.
I mean
so
Negro
Fetty,
when I say black.
So for Fetty, the only people who are black are the basal Africans, which is the Drew Holiday niggas. The Drew Holiday, Thon Maker.
You said Drew Holiday.
West African.
Nilo-Saharan and
no. It's not limited. It's not limited to West African contrary. He's saying those who are pretty much virtually unadmixed whatsoever. Basal. That's the word he used. And to me and Chef, that is insanity. So I'm not
again. No. I didn't say like 100% because everyone has some admixture. I'm saying how the framework y'all are going by, y'all would have to expand that framework outside of Africa to call other people black if you're not gonna go by the strict parameters that people like me follow. I feel like my framework is more valid than how y'all look at it because y'all shit gonna fall once I introduce people from other continents, and you have to expand your definition of who black, and it waters it down. so
I tell you what. I actually looked it up on ChatGPT. ChatGPT says Chancellor Williams was speaking to the diversity of the region. He's saying that Chancellor Williams was saying all those people.
Of course, he was.
Were black
when the racial categories were created, right? When the concept of race,
I was confused by that, so I can admit that I was wrong there.
Yeah, when the racial categories were created, and when most people say black in America or Jamaica, or whatever, they're not limited in it. They're not limited. They're not limit. They're talking about a certain phenotypical spectrum. They're not limiting it to basal, this, and those who only have this. And they're not. Nobody's doing all,
as they say now,
or even sub-Saharan. Because even when the racial category was created by Linnaeus, and then further given more rounding to by Blumenbach. That shit wasn't relegated to wasn't divided by the Sahara and all. No, that shit was about morphology, right? Certain skull type, hair type, nose type, lip type, and it's
what
a
other
general
metric are you using other than skin tone to call people black? I'm asking you
I
and Chef
just
that.
said three. I just said two or three of them, Fetty. I said a certain hair type, which would be like around type 3. Excuse me. Yeah, from type 3 to type 4 type hair, right? Right.
Okay. Okay.
Um.
You said skull type
Typically,
too.
yeah. So typically, or typically dolichocephalic, right?
And
Or
what kind of
predominant.
skulls do Afro-Asiatic speaking people have in those areas? They would consider even now forensic anthropologists consider
Don't
them to
forget
have
to include the
Caucasoid.
mandibular.
They're considered
Mandibular.
Caucasoid. They have Caucasoid skulls. If a
Oh
East
my
East,
God.
Listen.
that's a fact.
Aaliyah.
That's a
No,
fact, bro.
hold on. Listen, he's right. He's right. Contrarian by
I
definition.
know you're right. But
Hold
that
on.
Caucasoid,
Contrarian.
ooh, that's
Hold
crazy.
on. He's not saying that they're Caucasian. Listen, by anthropological definition, a lot of those
You
people
finna go to
would have
Aaliyah.
Caucasian. You heard it coming, huh?
And so the wild like outliers that y'all do, right?
No, it's not an outlier, Corey, because
Okay.
there's plenty niggas in America.
Shit.
Hold on. Hold on. Don't get mad, Chef. I know you got a soft spot for Aaliyah, right? But chill. I got it.
Everybody don't look like no motherfucking Drew Howard. Are y'all fucking serious?
Man, they is tripping, man. They think one black person look like everybody. It's crazy, man.
Y'all basically saying I gotta throw my whole fucking family away.
I think that's some
That's
kind
not
of way we
honest,
got
man.
away
Have
from the
your fucking
original
mouth.
argument, though.
Yeah.
I don't have to look like motherfucking Corey and motherfucking Logic in order for me to motherfucking be black or have.
Beanie, you gotta look like Beanie Man. You gotta look like Beanie Man.
That's Albert
You're
Norris.
lighter than me, but you still.
No, Chef is right there. Chef is right.
Lighter than me. You still look like
Chef is actually sticking to the textbook at this point. I gotta give it to him. Chef is actually sticking to the textbook.
Are light skinned and you still call them black. So you see how his framework is all over the place.
I thought he was tripping, but he actually sticking to the textbook. He actually is.
See, that's what I'm saying, bro. See, niggas gonna be running in circles.
Corey, you know what monument has a protruding mandibular? Protruding mandibular. You know what monument has a protruding mandibular? The Sphinx.
Mandibular, bro. You're not black, bro. I'm just gonna say that right now. If you ain't got that mandibular, you can cut the black shit out, bro. You know what I mean? You ain't got that mandibular.
Hey, look.
But Chef is making a hold up. I thought Chef was making a weak point, but he's actually making a pretty strong point, right? So I think that the conversation veering off from from where
Chancellor
did we deviate? Where did we deviate from Chancellor Williams today, yo? Nah, I looked it up, and I looked it up, and what he's saying is that's what it say, bro. I can't. So if Chancellor Williams was saying that. But look, as funny as we thought it was, right? That means Chancellor Williams think that Hawass is black, yo. That's what basically what that would mean. I know that y'all
don't saying. No, hell no.
Man, you got that wrong.
How could it not be saying that?
You completely fucked that up.
How could it not be saying that, bro?
Y'all are the worst.
Hawass don't even think he's black.
How could it not? How can y'all acknowledge the diversity in the region?
Ayana Hersey. They claiming Ayana Hersey as black, bro. Y'all know who that is? The Ethiopian girl.
Put in the chat. Put a picture in the chat.
How y'all gonna acknowledge the diversity in the region, but not acknowledge Hawass from the region? What?
No, we're talking about blackness right now, not the region. and Zahi Hawass is unquestionably.
you trying to pin me down to lookership, yo.
People not even
And I'm saying that in the destruction of black civilization, Chancellor Williams lumps in all those people groups as black.
No, but he's not.
It would have to.
Hey, Chef, you proving me and Corey
That's
point.
what
Listen, Chancellor Williams would have told you that Zahi Hawass, the Bassem Youssefs, they're Asiatics. And that particular phenotype, those are the invading groups. He would not include
I
Zahi
asked
Hawass.
you that earlier, right? But see, like we know Zahi Hawass. We know that them people been there for forever. So like let's not include the mistake in the reality. Right. So the reality is them people been there. So if you talking about the diversity of the region, you had to be talking about them people too.
They haven't been there forever. And we're not talking about the diversity. We're not talking about the diversity of the region in regards to the conversation about black.
Chef was talking about the diversity in the region. What? Am I tripping?
No. He said no. Chef is talking about.
Chef, or do y'all want me to read it again?
No, real quick.
Chancellor is clear.
Say it again.
No.
He was.
Go ahead, Chef.
He's talking about. He clearly delineated, right, that the people nowadays that's south of Egypt are the original people of the whole continent of Africa. And anybody who don't look like those people are in fucking invaders. He say that the heartland of the blacks got pushed south. So where you see so-called blacks at now, that they was constantly over thousands of years, constantly pushed further and further south to where we call the Sudan now. But he said that the Sudan or Balad El Sudan extended to the northernmost top of Africa, from the northernmost in what do you say, in Libya, all the way to the southern tip in fucking South Africa. What was up there in Tunisia, the northernmost point of Tunisia, right? All the way down to Cape
So he excluded the people that we would say today.
All the land of the black.
Right. So he excluded the people who we would consider today the original Egyptians. He excluded them, right?
Yes, he excluded them. You dig what I'm saying?
When I asked y'all, somebody had to not be black. Earlier, nobody was like, I ain't really getting no clear answer. Remember that? That's why I was initially confused.
But logic. When you talk, let's look at Black Americans, right? You got Drew Holiday on one end of the spectrum, and then at the other end of the spectrum,
all the way to Klay Thompson.
You got. I wouldn't include Klay Thompson. But you could.
But you got red hair, green eyed, unmixed black people.
Hold on.
I don't get
Hold on.
Thank you, Corey.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Yeah, we know Klay. We know Klay Thompson for a fact.
Background matters. You're
we know for a fact that Klay Thompson is
that's faulty. You proved my point.
But
we know for a fact.
Show me with the word that y'all like to use, Negro and Zahi Hawass.
Nah, you just proved our point, bro. You just proved our point.
Let me get this out. Let me get it out. Let me get this out real quick, right? So on one end of the spectrum, you got Drew Holiday, right? On the other end of the spectrum, right there, that's where it gets murky for the people who say black is physical looks, right? Because that's when the admixture and all of that. So that can get murky. But let's say we're gonna put Drew Holiday on one end of the spectrum, and on the other end of the spectrum, we're gonna put. Don't get mad, Chef. This is just for sake of argument. We're gonna put Aaliyah at the far end of the spectrum, right? This is addressed to logic. When he says diversity logic, it's within that spectrum. It don't include who's a famous motherfucker from the from the Near East, man. Zahi Hawass and Bassem Youssef and the French Montana niggas. It don't include them. He's talking about the diversity within what we call black.
Right, but that would be the diversity within what we call black, not the diversity within Africa.
Right. It's this two distinctions. Right. No, I got it.
He said right, Chef. See, you. Y'all, I keep saying y'all saying different shit, bro.
No. I remember he used Americans, and you was talking about in Africa. So you know what I mean. Y'all kind of
I said I was wrong about the whole that Chancellor Williams. I got that wrong. I ain't tripping. I think we deviated from like the regular conversation because like the where everybody deviates from that old school thinking. I think that's where we're really talking about. We ain't really talking about who lived where and what time period. Now we talk at this point. We still talking about big nose and big lip. Like that's at the end of all of that, right? So I'm under the impression that we would consider Zahi Hawass and them just based on science, like those are real Egyptians.
Yeah.
Am I wrong by saying that? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm under the impression
completely. If it's within the framework,
agree with you. They are the real Egyptians.
And that's where Chef makes his distinction, right? So Chef is clear on his position, right? Mm-hmm. Let's go back to the genesis of this whole discussion we're having. Chancellor Williams's position. Chancellor Williams admits that even in pre-dynastic times, right, and he sets the date at around 4000 BC, the Zahi Hawass type, that's when that's around the time is when they started funneling in. Now, phylogeny claims something a little different, right? Well, actually, it doesn't, because that pale skin, straight hair didn't really start coming in genetically until around 8,000, 7,000, 6,000 years ago anyway, right? But when Chef says he says that the Egyptians are not black, he's of the position that the Zahi Hawasses, the French Montanas of the Delta region, right? That straight hair, pale skin, blue eyes or demelanated eyes, straight nose. He's saying that specific racial type, those are the ones who built the pyramids. And the other black people, which encompasses Drew Holiday all the way up to Skylar Diggins, they did not. Now, Fetty Dem, he got a different conception. I think, Logic, I think you got a different, but me and Chef, we clear. I don't agree with him, but I know his position.
About to have me agreeing with Fetty, yo. Because my grandma got red hair and green eyes. You know what I'm saying? I know she black. You know what I'm saying? So like that's why. Yeah, but I mean, you saying exactly. You're saying exactly, but the person arguing with you would say no. You know what I'm saying? That's why. So like you on his side,
but if you got
y'all saying two different things, it's confusing.
You black.
So
don't matter.
That's the fun part about it, Logic. That's the fun part about it, Logic. The whole conversation pseudo as fuck anyway, so you can just do whatever you want.
But I'm having problems identifying it small, but we are bouncing across. We are bouncing from subject to subject seamlessly, right. And nobody seems to catch it. And I can't necessarily tell what the other subject is, but I noticed somewhere in this conversation it gets involved, right? And it's like a little reset button that gets the conversation back confused again. I don't know exactly where it is or what's happening, but somewhere in there, it's like there's multiple conversations being had with the same word.
Well, that's true. That's true. Chef been calling everybody, any and everybody black. He's calling it's always black, and then now everybody confused.
There's always going to be. He usually does it on purpose, Joe, and he'll own up to it too.
And we're gonna argue. If we're gonna argue against Chancellor Williams and them, and that we at least got to know what the fuck they were saying. We least got.
I agree there.
Hey, Chef, I
You
thought the
feel
I
me?
agree with
argument
that.
was in
I agree
2025
with that.
they used
I
the
agree
same
with that,
framework as
Shepard, but
fucking
see,
with. I thought that was
you
crazy.
be thinking that these niggas is having the same argument, though, Shepard. That's where me and you getting into it at,
See, all right,
Shepard. You think these niggas having the same argument.
Right. So me and you is about to argue about what we think other niggas are saying. That's crazy.
I know what they saying. You don't.
You've been talking to
confused,
these
but I know
niggas
what
for
they
8+ years. You know what they saying now?
Listen,
and Corey double down on it. I know what they saying.
listen.
I know what they're saying too, bro. I don't know how Chef don't see what they're saying, bro.
So say y'all right? Do y'all agree or disagree with Chancellor Williams and Dr. Bennett now?
Yeah, I think we established that, Chef. I said even if they had that framework of incorporating the diversity of Africa, what we're saying is that people in 2025 who may have stood on the shoulders of those people, like Corey said, they're putting their spin on it, and a lot of it, whether they know it or not, they're making a basal African argument because they don't embrace the diversity of Africa. They be calling niggas invaders, all type of shit.
Right. So if Dr. Bennett and Chancellor Williams and them is wrong, which I totally agree, then they gotta be wrong in saying that those groups south of Egypt that ain't black, according to y'all, because now y'all hardliners, those people are not even black. I'm saying whether you call those people black or not, they are the people that Dr. Bennett was saying built Egypt. Now, is they right or is they wrong?
Chef, I've heard Dr. Ben.
Okay, I agree with everything you said right there.
30 seconds, bro. Give me 30 seconds. With Dr. Ben, right? I had this conversation with a lot of other people, right? I ain't gonna say no name, PK Discord. And I said, niggas like Dr. Ben, when I hear people, because they made that they came from the Green Sahara argument, and they point to countries like Rwanda and Uganda and shit like that. That is a indicator that you're referencing basal Africans. I don't give a fuck what niggas talking about. And when he was talking about the black man of the night, bro, they're talking about Niger Congo speaking people, bro, or Nilo-Saharan.
No, they was trying to include them. They was trying to include them. I'll say that.
So I'm saying when you talk about the full story, them talking about the Green Sahara and migrations, they're all pointing to ancestors.
I don't know if Dr. Bennett ever talked about the Green Sahara.
No, I'm saying people who use that frame, like talking about how they came from the South and shit like that. Most of them had that framework of coming from the South. But the South they was talking about, again, was dominated by basal sub-Saharans, bro. And so they saying, yeah, it's diverse because those groups that came from the South interacted. You know what I'm saying? So they saying the nucleus of those people are basal sub-Saharans, bro.
Hey, Fetty, when real quick, Chef, real quick, Chef, when Dr. Ben talks about the people coming from the South that were basically the progenitors of Egyptian civilization, he's not talking about down in the Uganda region. He's talking about Upper Egypt down to the southernmost point of what they call Wawat, or the A group. When he talks about when he talks about the Mount of the Moon where God happy dwells, and that's who the Egyptians venerated and blah, 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 that's a separate argument from who he claims are the seed group of specifically what we call the Egyptian civilization. Yes, two separate arguments.
Yeah, and Chancellor Williams even acknowledges that those Afro-Asiatic groups are black. That's what we was reading, that whole shit. You dig what I'm saying? He talked about the admixture.
You know what, Chef? I'm going to find the page you're talking about that deals with the admixture, and we're going to read it for Fetty. So it's clear what Chancellor Williams' position
look, I just said that they referenced that when they go further up north and they interact. So I emphasize that, and I made that point. I'm saying, well, you can read between the lines, bro, because why would they be putting this much emphasis into Egypt at all if they didn't feel that way. Come on, bro.
Ain't no BJ ever built no pyramid. I'm
not saying that, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in order for them to get that message across to us in America, they have to. I don't know, bro. It's like it's crazy how y'all don't see that, but I see what y'all saying too. But they ultimately, bro, had it wrong, bro. To where they ultimately said that.
I totally agree that they got it wrong.
But they were trying to incorporate those, like whenever they say Egyptians got the kingship from Sudanese people and shit, they're saying those. They ain't talking about the Beja, or they're talking about Nilo-Saharan Dinka-like people, bro.
So hold on. So would it be plausible that they got the kingship from the Beja type people?
The kingship, I would say, due to them, because they all interacted with one another.
Oh my God! See,
I just said, bro, but they come from the. But look, Beja people, if you understand their makeup, they have a high Levantine component. So, like, if you're gonna call Levantine, if you're gonna call people with a large Levantine component black,
did they get it from the Israelites?
What you mean?
The Israelites got a high Levantine component. I'm trying to figure out.
It's called the Ethio. It's called the Ethio-Somali component.
I want to ask a question.
Ethio-Somalis. So the Ethio-Somalis.
Just look it up, bro. Just look
the Egyptian population.
Bro, just look it. I'm saying. Who's making that claim? Like, you're not even following what I'm saying, bro.
You're not even following what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question.
Hold on, contrary chef. I'm just letting you know this is live. Just letting you know.
Okay.
I'm talking about Egypt on live.
I want to ask you a question.
Right.
What's wrong with that?
Go ahead, chef.
No, somebody said they wanted to ask me a question.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying whatever group y'all are talking about, right? That Dr. Ben and them was pointing to I'm saying they not the Egyptians. They didn't build the civilization either. Like, so I'm trying to figure out, like, either these Dr. Ben and them gonna be right if y'all keep fucking around. If y'all keep fucking around, somehow them niggas gonna be right, and I'm not buying that shit. I'm saying exclude all of those groups. You feel me? Like, we got the Egyptians. The Egyptians have been in place since the Holocene or the Pleistocene. Go read the article.
All right, so I got a page from the book, right? I'm gonna read it for y'all right quick. So on page 41, called The New Approach, right? So it says here, the first period of history that we would be analyzing, right, would begin with prehistory, primarily because Noe, and with Noe, he's talking about Thebes or Waset, one of the oldest cities on earth, was begun by the blacks before recorded history. Another important reason is that the Canaanites and other white Asians had invaded the Nile Delta and established a stronghold in Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt would be the Delta. And he claims that back in those times it was called, or back in some ancient time it was called Chem, C-H-E-M, right? In prehistoric times. Now he says this early concentration of whites is the term that he's using, along the sea coast of the land of the blacks, right? So he's saying that initially the quote unquote white people, or the Eurasians as we call them today, when they first started filtering in through the Sinai, they were basically relegated to the extreme sea coast of the area that we call Egypt, right? Okay, boom. So then he says this early concentration of whites along the sea coast of the land of the blacks is a circumstance of crucial importance in the black history, because it was exactly from this development that the achievements of the blacks were overshadowed by later writers or blotted out entirely. The call is for black specialists. Okay, yeah, that's something different. But yeah, that's just to elucidate the point for Logic and Fetty and all of them. He makes a clear demarcation between the people who started filtering in from the Near East, West Asia, from the black people who he's saying are responsible for the megalithic building and all of that stuff.
That's Chancellor Williams. So
Yeah, that's
Logic, he's not including those types in his black people. You know what I mean? Nah.
Yeah, that should be clear.
Hawass wouldn't make the cut.
You wouldn't make the cut. And what Chef is saying, regardless of the diversity of the black people, they're not the ones. No matter what, the Aaliyah niggas didn't build it. Hold on, the Aaliyah niggas didn't build it. The what's buddy who played for the Celtics from Dominican Republic? This nigga name with the bald head, big nigga shoot threes, Horford. So he's saying the Aaliyah niggas didn't build it. The Al Horford niggas ain't build it. The Drew Holiday niggas ain't build it. Zahi Hawass them built it.
Exactly.
That's crazy, Chef.
Absolutely nuts.
Zahi Hawass don't look nothing like
I'm
that
crazy.
damn thing.
But you know what though? You know what though, Contrarian? I'm grateful at least that I know exactly where Chef stands. I know exactly.
Chef been saying that.
But I'm saying it ain't no confusion with other niggas. They muddy the water. Like when you talk, that's why I don't like to talk to like and go, well, you know, these people are mixed too, and then the E1B1.
They playing the black game.
Yeah, like you know what niggas talking about, bro. Let's draw some bright lines here so that everybody can be on the same.
Don't even know what black is now. You know, we got to argue about what the black is. So it's crazy, man. You know,
playing the black game, yo, you're gonna get caught up in that. You feel me? You're gonna get caught up. Dr. Ben and them gonna end up there, like so.
Been saying that though. You don't believe it.
Yeah, but it's like saying what niggas over here now are saying, right? The opposition, right, is basically saying that people that look like or people who could be associated with African Americans ain't got shit to do with Egypt. And anybody else that you consider black that's in that region ain't really black. You know what I mean? Because I don't want you niggas to have no type of semblance or connection to that shit.
Okay,
bet.
So Chef,
with this shit.
I thought black not only just was a descriptor, but I thought that came with an attachment of history. You know, calling someone black based off the fact again they got the same history, same plights, and they understand you on that level. Y'all using the word black just to you look at a picture and call them black, but it seems like people like me and others who understand that black isn't something you just should attach to somebody, especially if they have a history of oppressing people who were called Negroes and shit like that. So again, like I'm just confused on.
But Fetty,
that's my point, Fetty. That's my point that we can't ignore
black
this.
Was a shared
this
history,
politics
oppression, and yo, we black. Like y'all just calling motherfuckers black.
That's what I mean when I say them people not black. I ain't talking about how they look.
Right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I cut you off.
But then for Fetty and Logic, then right? If we talk about you have two groups in West Africa called the Omo and the Dahomey, right? I'm pretty sure all three of us would agree they're unquestionably sub-Saharan, virtually unmixed, no doubt about it. Not Niger, Congo, whatever other terminology you want to use, unquestionably black, right? Boom. Now, is the fact that the Oyo and the Dahomey hated each other and did all kind of brutal shit to each other? Does that
come from the same homeland, ancestral home? That's why I'm bringing up ancestry, homeland, and cultures before they broke off. Because there was a point.
So
there was a point in history when the Omo and the when those people you talking about before they branched off and created their distinct like sub ethnic group culture, they all came from the same homeland with the same genetic, all of that, bro.
Right,
so I'm saying, how are you going to attach Eurasian people that have heavy Eurasian background and culture and history and oppressed sub-Saharans, and you want to call them black and attach them to our history and get the fuck out of here?
Right. So listen to what I'm saying, Freddy. I was just merely addressing the whole thing about subjugation, and you kind of tying that into non-blackness, or it kind of, my only point is that has nothing to do with when you say this group is
It
black.
makes you not want to connect them because of certain shit that they did.
Yeah, right. So I don't know.
So that's like saying
you can have issues that aren't stemmed in racial.
Well, what would the purpose of attaching them be? What am I doing that
so
for?
When Southern Europeans, hold on, listen to this, y'all. So when Southern Europeans make distinctions about other Europeans because of physical features and they enslave them and stuff, do we then say that now those Northern Europeans are not white because of the physical differences that, you know what I'm saying? Or do we say that like I'm trying to
subjugated, right? And the fact that they subjugated the Slavic people, right? So in a lot of instances, those Northwestern Europeans, so a lot of the Northwestern Europeans, right? They distinguished themselves from the people in the Balkans and Eastern Europe, right? And for a long time,
exactly,
they subjugated and abused those Slavic people, right? But nobody would use that to say, oh, this group is white and this group is not white. No, it's white people abusing other
They don't say nothing about the ad.
But hold up. I mean,
y'all
let's look at another.
Like the different
extreme.
I got you. I guess.
But let's look at another extreme. Let's look at white minorities that's been oppressed.
And y'all not accepting it.
No. Okay.
I mean,
maybe
again,
I might be having
I can telegraph what y'all gonna do, bro. Y'all always bring up other groups and ignore the nuance and this different complexity as to why. So that's why I say, that's the only trick y'all got to do that.
So we
compare
showing
other groups to do that when we talking about one.
Fatty, we showing you that we understand it. But by us doing that, you don't think that we're showing you that we understand it by using other groups and showing how they do it? We're showing you that we get that.
I think it can be in order sometimes. I see what you're saying.
Do this shit. Right, and y'all would not separate them from the white experience. You know what I mean? Like y'all wouldn't do that. And you can acknowledge the physical
of like homeland.
You can acknowledge the language.
I brought up ancestry. I brought up all of that to make like
if the homeland,
racial.
If the homeland is Africa, if the homeland is Africa, if the home continent is Africa, right? And let's do it even better, sub-Saharan Africa, right? Now we know that Southern Europeans have admixture from the fucking Levant and North Africa, but they still white. We know that their language is different from the Slavic people. Got two different roots. We still say that they're white. The culture is different. All of these things. One enslaved the other. But we can look at them and say, yeah, they look different here and there, but they all go under the banner of white. You feel me? But the moment we do that in Africa, we didn't did a sin. A sin didn't happen.
So you saying, are you saying both comparisons are the same? Okay, all right.
No, I'm saying that I can make the same correlation.
No,
right?
you can't.
I can make the same correlation.
No, you can't.
And still call those people white.
He can if he wants to. He can celebrate Africa.
I got you, but
I'm not celebrating Africa. I'm not that nigga. Don't give me that. I'm not saying
that was
no.
Well, that's not what I meant by it. But yeah, if that's what you wanted to do, you could do that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. You can do that. You're entitled to do that. You're right.
No, not
for me. I'm asking why, right? And I could be wrong, but to me, it's more like in that sense of it. I feel like they benefit more than we do. I know I'm changing the topic now, but like why I don't see, unless I'm just connecting to people through trauma. I don't like where's the actual connection other than the land.
All right. So logic. Here's another portion from
I don't see how we can really
here's another portion from Chancellor Williams' book, right? That could give some light to
I think it's some Egyptian hate
So on page
I
19,
think it's an Egyptian hate in there, though.
you can hear me?
It could be. I could be working through that. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's some Egyptian hate in there, right? So, and this is what I mean, Haskell, about Egyptian hate. They don't want niggas, right, to have any type of association with Egypt whatsoever. They don't mind if other groups, you know what I mean, have association with fucking with Egypt. But as long as your black ass, right, don't have no association with Egypt, you know what I mean? That's where they want to land at, right? And it's kind of mean-spirited to me. You feel me?
Hey, you know
because
what?
they don't say that the other groups ain't fucking black. They will go as far as to say that these other people ain't black. They'll use all of the white man nomenclature to separate them from you. They'll use the most racial shit to separate it just so you can't have no connection to fucking Egypt. It's mean-spirited.
But Chef, that goes back to another conversation when we talk about this European and how just how skilled and how adept that they are at doing what they're doing. And I think you undersell them because you got black folks doing what you just.
Saying these niggas doing that.
You see how he just latched on to your good argument, Chef? You see that, right? You see how he just latched on to your good argument to get on his own shit?
I'm saying that these niggas know that they doing it, but they don't know that they do it. It's crazy what these niggas doing.
But Chef, that goes back to, but they got that from the established, accepted orthodoxy in terms of science, science, anthropology, sociology, and all the rest of it. That's not coming. It's not originating with them. It's coming from Western academia, and that's what I'm telling you. You're not putting enough respect on their name because you're sitting here completely confused about how it is that people like Fetty are taking on the nomenclature and the arguments, and it's so mixed up, and they not, but it's because the Western academia, them niggas, they like that, bro. Like them niggas, they good. Them boys good at that shit. Like they don't. All right, so let me read this from Chancellor Williams' book, right? He says, he says, my research.
Hey, Shepard, you see the slippery slope you just went down, bro? I just want
to
know if you see.
Hold on,
Corey. He don't see the mudslide, Corey.
No, he don't see the slope he just went down, bro. It was wild. But then I got one more thing real quick, guys. 2 seconds. Give me 5 seconds, guys. I'm gonna be done.
I'm juggling between both of y'all crazy niggas.
I think I heard Shepard say that. I heard Shepard say that black was ambiguous. Is that what you said?
No, he didn't. What are you talking about? Hold on, Corey. Look,
I thought he said black was ambiguous. Okay, I might be mistaken.
So look, Corey, regardless of if you consider this group black or that group black, or Chef's position is clear. None of them niggas had nothing to do with that shit. So he not in that boat anyway. I
already know. I know where boat Chevron in. Believe me, I already understand where Chef's argument coming from. But it's not. It's from a place where he's trying to do charity, but
no, he's not. That's not what's happening.
Yeah, he's trying to do a lot of charity right here.
No, that's not what that is. It be charity when he's saying that nothing to do with that shit anyway. Whether you was an Aaliyah nigga or a Drew Holiday nigga or a Bjorn nigga or a motherfucking Al Horford nigga or a West Will Smith looking nigga, or none of you niggas on any part of the spectrum got nothing to do with that shit. So where's the charity at, Corey? Where's the charity? He's saying y'all, none of you niggas got nothing to do with it.
No, he wants to be charitable about the black thing, not the easy thing. Like he think you niggas crazy as hell on that, but
yeah, his classification of who's black, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
It's a regular classification.
I don't understand why you can't understand what I
mean. Again, if you want to attack
black things,
I thought black
means Negro.
But I thought black was
I don't
something that, like,
understand why
again,
Chef don't understand that black means Negro.
Right,
like, what's hard to understand about that shit? Black means Negro.
Y'all would go to the most racial. Y'all would go to the most ugly racial.
Because you know what I mean by it, though. So now it's listen, fine, it's racist, but you know what I mean when I say it, though.
But you acting like you can't.
My grandfather died a proud Negro. My grandfather was a Negro, Shepard. Just to let you know, I just want to let Shepard know that my grandfather was a Negro. He would tell you that he was a Negro. That's what my grandfather would have told you.
Our grandparents tell us all kind of shit that's wrong. You dig what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck does that mean?
I'm saying that's not necessarily racist, though.
Chef, if we go by your framework, as time goes on, we're gonna be attaching people that had nothing to do with our particular situation in history, and they gonna reap the benefits of it, going by your framework. So,
all right. So let's to Logic's point. I'm gonna try to get back on.
I'm FBA.
I'm gonna attach people who black.
I'm clear.
Not claiming Zahi Hawass. Not claiming Zahi Hawass as your brother. You ain't FBA.
Y'all niggas won't even claim FBA. So y'all not even saying what I'm saying. I'm clearing everything that I'm fucking saying. You feel me? But go ahead.
So I'll do what Logic was asking for, right? Is to go back to Chancellor Williams in the original discussion, right? So page 19, he says, my research was a quest for some specific answers to specific questions. Some of these were, 1, how did all black Egypt become all white Egypt? And then he puts a caveat. Note, at this point that the mulattoes were classified as white in Egypt, all of North Africa, and the Middle East. A fact that still confuses blacks in the United States, where the very opposite policy was adopted. Right? Does he talk about the one drop shit? Blah 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 blah. I thought that was here. But that all the confusion that we having in this discussion, it comes from that. Because in America, a motherfucker could have 40%
read that again, and he called wait. I'm gonna make sure I wasn't completely tripping. It sounded like he said the mulattoes was the Egyptians. So let me make sure I heard that right.
Yeah, so let me read it again. I'm gonna read it again. My research was a quest for some specific answers to very specific questions. Some of these were, 1, how did all black Egypt become all white Egypt? And he puts white in quotation marks. Then in parentheses, he puts, note, at this point that mulattoes were classified as white in Egypt, all of North Africa, and the Middle East.
Right. So with that being said, unless anybody else hearing it different, it sounds like he's saying that those mulattoes were mischaracterized as white. That's what I'm getting out of him. Anybody else getting something different?
He's saying that they were classified as white to obscure any connection of any sort of blackness to anything to do with Egypt, right? And that goes to
but he's seeing them as mulattoes.
So now he's claiming
at
that point he's claiming Zahi Hawass at that point.
No,
he's claiming Zahi Hawass. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Corey.
Zahi Hawass would not be considered a mulatto. A mulatto would be like.
Thank you, Corey.
That's like saying if we accept Klay Thompson as a black person, then that means we're also including George Clooney. No.
Can I get a shot?
Stop that. Y'all play too much.
I'm sorry. Chef, why you feel about that, Chef? Based on what
what we saying though, Lonnie. He ran off with that, Lonnie. Don't go for that one. I'm not agreeing to that.
Yeah.
Can I get it?
This is a good ass conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, it is.
Can I get a shot?
I'm starting to like arguing with y'all niggas, man. I don't know about y'all.
Go ahead and read it.
Go ahead, Ancient.
Can I? Okay.
I need a source on that. I need a source where Shepard said Rag ChatGPT was the Ethiopian
he did that shit live on the show. I was flabbergasted.
Let Ancient go because he never
Yeah, I
speaks.
just
So
want
we need
to
hold on. Let Ancient go because he don't never talk. Go ahead,
I just
Ancient.
want to throw in my little 2-piece chicken meal. Okay, so one of the questions I heard was what happened to the black folks, right? And so if you know what happened, like when those Arabs came in, they enslaved everybody. They either killed them, castrated, or enslaved them. So if you look really deep into the Arab conquest and how they took over North Africa, there was there was indigenous black folks up there all over, and they came and they were defenseless, and they just came like this. One account, one guy took 250,000 black Africans from North Africa, enslaved or killed them or castrated them. It's really crazy, but
the
that's
original Tunisians and Algerians and shit and Libyans and all that. Them was all niggas. That what you saying? Them was all actually
I
niggas.
don't know.
They got moved out. See,
I don't know.
This is why I don't understand about this conversation. Why you niggas don't fight for Algeria?
So let him finish though, Corey.
Ain't fighting up for Tunisia and all of these other places. Why
ain't no black Pan-African
why wasn't them niggas though? I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't the
It's
Libyans?
political, Corey. They forgot there's politics behind all this.
But look, Corey, just so you know, I'm with Chancellor Williams. All that shit was black.
Okay,
Morocco.
Good. Now I'm arguing for Egypt and start arguing for Libya and Algeria because you done won that fight. I'm gonna concede the Egyptian fight. I'm gonna concede the Egyptian fight, right?
So just so it's clear,
I need you to start fighting for the Algerians and shit like that.
We're fighting for Africa as a whole. We're fighting for Africa as a whole. You know, it's not just Egypt; it's for Africa as a whole.
No, they've been fighting for Egypt. They've just been fighting for Egypt.
You can frame it the way you find it best to argue against it. But if you go to my page, I'm always posting stuff about West Africa, East Africa, all over. You know, the problem with the Arabs did up there, a lot of people don't want to talk about it. They just don't want to talk about it. I mean, they did a lot.
Y'all ain't had to reclaim that from the white man. The white man already said that was yours. You ain't had to fight for that in academia.
No, you don't. No, he don't. The white man don't say North Africa is black. What are you talking about?
You don't say that.
He said West Africa. You said West Africa.
I said West. I mean, all of that. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, exactly. Nobody is trying to claim West Africa. You know what I mean? So there's no point in fighting for it. You know what I mean?
Right, because it's conceded. Yeah, we fighting for territory that hasn't been conceded.
It's all of Africa. It's not just Egypt. I mean,
thank you for admitting that. Is that's showing that what you got ain't enough. You subconsciously
right.
What's really me? This ain't enough. I need to go to some shit.
This ain't enough. I need more.
You expose yourself. You expose the psychology as to why you
West Africans.
Teddy, I don't know. You've not been listening to me speak. I've been saying that from day one. What are you talking about?
I respect
it. Now, to ask him credit, I have heard him say that. Ain't nothing sexy about West Africa.
West Africans didn't come out of the ground. They migrated there from somewhere. So if you do the research, you'll find out where they came from.
Okay, that's dope.
So basically, you turn into a culture vulture because you don't like your ancestry or your ancestry and your culture. You don't think
you're not listening. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. You don't even know who I am.
I'm talking about the psychology of it. Go ahead. My bad.
I have a web page of 135,000 followers, right? And if you go to my web page, right, you'll see that I post a lot of stuff from West Africa, all over, wherever I can go and, speak truth, not trying to culture vulture. Like, if you understand where the West African people come from and their DNA and where that DNA comes from, you'll be very surprised. You'll be very surprised, But most people are just framed to keep themselves within the 400-year framework that white folks want to keep you in. The 400-year framework.
I think you should go back. I don't disagree with that. You should go back. But the more you go back, you see that
black folks can't. It's like new rules for genetics for black folks. Like, you can't go any further than 400 years. I'm sorry. Everybody else can go as far back as they want. But we got to go right up to 400 years, and that's it. So I don't believe in that. I don't believe in none of those frameworks.
Because we're trying to be specific, right?
Okay, I'll give
nail
you
down
I'll give you a
exactly.
specific one, a genetic specific one, right? The most popular haplogroup for African Americans, E1B1A. It's got an E in
What
front
that
of that
mean?
for a reason, because they migrated from the east
It
to the
mean
west.
Egyptian.
They,
That E
but
mean
bro, they got
Egyptian.
specifics, bro. They got specific subclades of
You're
E1B1A
framing,
that
you're
mutate
framing
in certain
argument
areas.
to argue against. I never
The,
said that.
the E gotta stand for Egyptian, don't it? The
Yeah,
E
bro,
got
you
to be
can't just
for Egyptian.
attach. Yeah. You can't do that.
You said that.
If
I didn't say
anything, you
that.
gotta look up
You say that.
ancestral
That's
groups in their
funny as
homeland and where they
Nah, y'all
migrated.
crashing out on that.
You
Y'all
can't go
crashing
by
out
a
on that. That's
haplogroup.
funny. Y'all
You're
crashing
an
out on that. That's really cute.
asshole.
Yeah, that you didn't know that. That's why you're acting funny, because y'all never knew that. But that's the whole thing. You know, those people, everybody don't come from where they last. You know, they all, people migrate. You know, and thanks to genetics, you know, you can kind of see
Bet.
where people.
Hey, so bro, let's have a convo real quick. When did ancestral East Africans split from other groups, or what group did they share ancestry with, and when did they split off from that group?
I mean, that's all. That's a long other conversation. I mean, you know, they just
No. I'm saying we talking about genetics, and we talking about groups that split off,
you
and you
got
can't
E,
be a
you
group
got
until
EM.
you.
They split, man. They split after a
No,
couple of thousand
I'm
years.
not
They
talking
split.
about a parental marker. I'm not talking about haplogroups right now. I'm talking about the overall homeland of a group of people from a phylogenetic standpoint. We talk about genetics and how they become them based off bottlenecks and being isolated and shit like that. I'm saying, like you said, that's important to talk about the deep history, like 10 plus thousand years ago. But even when you go by
No,
that, you can still
don't
go ahead.
mischaracterize. Don't mischaracterize. I never said 10,000 years ago.
No,
Don't do that.
I never said you said 10,000. I'm saying
Okay.
it's important to go back farther than 400 years. Like
Absolutely,
that's what I'm saying.
absolutely. Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah, because everybody else does, right? Why can't we?
Yeah. But I'm saying our history, basically, ancestral West African split from Nilo-Saharan. We was a part of a large ancestral group, and they were considered the Sahara people. Like we was all in the Sahara, but we split from them 18,000 years ago, and we've been in West Africa ever since. So I'm saying the thing you trying to portray dealing with an E
You're
marker
over.
and how looking at an E marker. Go ahead.
It's a little over. It's a little oversimplified the way you're saying it, but they did move. You know, it's. I mean, I don't want to like freestyle, because it's if you study what E1B1A, you follow that tree E1B, it'll tell you where it broke off and what year it broke off, but it can't tell you what tribes or anything. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking
But
about ancestral groups, bro. Like you
yeah,
know, you
we're
have
talking the same
ancestral
thing.
groups. Go ahead. I
We're
thought you was
talking
gonna
the
go ahead.
same thing. Ancestry
Huh?
has to do with genetics, not culture.
I know. So I'm talking about on a phylogenetic tree, right? I know Haskell hate to hear this, but on a phylogenetic tree, you can see the groups and where they split off,
Yeah, of course.
and the subgroups, like you say, like certain ethnic groups. You can't use ethnic groups because they
Yeah.
all belong to a certain homeland, and then when they migrated, they created
Yeah.
their sub-branch language under the overall language family. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you
You know what I
use
mean?
that same tree to use, like when they ask, did you take a DNA test? Well, you take that same tree, you follow, just for shits and giggles, go further back than slavery. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, you don't have to, like, what law tells you that you have to stop there? Like, yeah, we've been enslaved. Like, who wasn't enslaved? Like, okay, let's go further back. Let's just to have an overall picture. If you want to go back and talk about slavery, fine. But it's nice to have. You don't
Who's
have to go
stopping
all the
their
way back
history at
to.
slavery?
You don't have to go
Who's
all the way
stopping
back
their
to like.
ancestry or genetics at slavery at 400 years? Who's doing that?
Huh?
Who's stopping their ancestry, their ancestral genetics, right? Who's stopping that at 400 years?
Everyone that decides, everyone that I talk to, I listen to a lot of the conversations. When folks take their DNA test, they stop them at like, but you came from West Africa,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
autosomal. Yeah,
That's more than
autosomal
400
DNA
years ago, bro.
can't go as far back
you
as
and the slave trade. That's what I'm saying. Through that period.
No,
All I'm
I
saying,
don't.
I like to go further
People,
back. I like to go further back and get a full picture. as opposed to a small picture.
Well,
And
when
then
I talk about
you can't
in the
go
full
back far
picture, it
enough
don't
and end up in
include like
Egypt.
East Africa, bro. Like
Yeah,
that's wild.
you don't go back far enough and end up in Egypt. That don't happen.
Well, you can go as
That
far
ain't
as
it.
you want. You can go as far as that's individual. That's an individual thing. You can go as far as
Right,
you
but
want. You know,
your argument was that I'm going further back than you are. So I'm like, so how you end up in Egypt? You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna go back far enough.
Our ancestors about 18,000 years old, bro.
you know,
you
but
ain't
like,
gonna go
well,
back far enough. Then.
I mean, if you want to keep on throwing Egypt in it, you can say, okay, the Ramesside was E1B1A.
See?
So you know what I'm
Wow.
saying?
They get wild. They get wilder and wilder, bro.
How did that get to West Africa then? Like, how the hell did that happen? Right? You got to think about those things. How did his DNA get to West Africa? It's a people.
You
tell us. You tell us how
and this is what we were talking about, Logic. Sheffrin trying to act like these ain't the niggas who we talking. He's trying to act like we talking to Chancellor Williams and them. Right, Logic? See, this is where I'm at with Sheffrin. He's trying to act like we talking to Chancellor Williams and them, bro. But we're not talking to Chancellor Williams and them no more, bro. These the guys who stood on Chancellor Williams and them shoulders, Logic. You hear what I'm saying, Logic? These the niggas that stood on their shoulders, bro.
Right.
And he's trying to argue with me.
Yeah.
Right. He trying to Shepard trying to argue with me about what these niggas saying, bro. I'm done arguing with Shepard. I'm done arguing.
No, Corey. Let's be honest.
Oh my God, y'all funny as shit.
Let's be honest. Let's go back 10,000 years. And sometimes I disagree with Askel, and then sometimes I look. If we go back 10,000 years and we look at North Africa,
I won't be disagreeing with everything Haskell say though. But go ahead though.
Yeah, I'm over. Sometimes I disagree, but sometimes I have to agree. And let's say we overlay the modern map that exists today over what was happening geologically 10,000 years ago. And we look at those countries that appears to be full of desert now, that is black people. We're talking about Niger, we're talking about Mauritania, we're talking about the Sudan. All of those black people were up into the Green Sahara. You might say, then what about those light color people from Libya and all of those North African countries? If you look at their population compared to the population that exists now, is that the population that exists now is bigger in spite of the slave trade than what existed in North Africa. So it only stands to reason that if you have a higher prevalent rate now, that means those people was more prevalent then. So black people was up in North Africa when it wasn't desert in higher numbers than light-skinned people. If you look at the numbers and transpose them then to now. And when that desert start to dry up, they move left and they move right and they move up. And we know what happened to them when they come in conflict with the Romans.
In that Green Sahara paper, though, they were still isolated in a lot of areas. Like, it's not the idea that you think to
what do you mean by them isolated?
Again,
explain to me how you get isolated in that.
Let me answer the question. You know what biomes are, right? Like different biomes in Africa, right? Even during the Green Sahara. Before that genetic paper came out, one would think what you're saying, like, yeah, it was black people.
No, it was hotter. It was 130% the UV. Oh, my bad.
Oh, you good. Go ahead.
No, let him go. Let him go ahead. But let him talk about biomes.
Go ahead. It don't mean like the ground, it was like fertile area for, flora and fauna. Like, that don't mean that. So, like, I don't, go ahead.
It does mean that.
You already established that
with Reggie. When Reggie
you would think that groups was moving all over, but and they were to a capacity. But if you got a certain of abundance where you at in the Green Sahara, based off the lush, whatever, why would you move to certain areas? So in that Green Sahara paper, they talked about how like the Takakori and certain groups in North Africa they were still like they were distinct from sub-Saharans, and they was also a little distinct from those people y'all talking about that came in a little later. So again, the idea of the Green Sahara.
Which people are talking about that came in a little later? Be specific, because your language, honestly, your language a little bit too complicated for me.
Hold on, Let me try to bridge the gap. Hold on, Fetty. Soupies. Yeah, you understand when them say biome and them talk about like when a group kind of develop their own signatures genomically, right? You understand? Say, you understand? Say that not necessarily means to them people that never black, you know. Like for example, when you look at the rock art in North Africa, right? And you see the people depicted.
Black.
Hold on. Yes. Hold on.
Not black, you know. Black.
Hold
on, Stupid. Hold on.
That's not what a biome is.
Both of you guys, hold on, because I'm trying to bridge the gap between the two of you, right? So, Stupies, understand that you can look like Corey, right? And you can still have a genetic distinction between a person who looks like me, right? But it depends on how you genomically slice the cheese, and that's
not how we identify black. That's not how because we consider the Aborigines in Australia black.
Hold on. So that's why I'm
Negroes, those Stupides. They might be black, but is they Negroes?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
What Negro mean, Corey?
Hold on, guys.
So Negro mean black to me. Negro mean a certain kind of black.
The UV
me and you are Negroes. Me and you are Negroes, Stupides. That's what I mean.
Let me bridge the gap, right? So let's take a modern day group, for example, that exists in modern day to make it clear. If you were to analyze the Tebu, I don't know if you're familiar with them, Stupies, or even the Tuareg, right? The Tuareg live in modern day Algeria, and not at the border either. They go all the way up into the north, right? Now, you got Tuareg. A lot of them Tuareg niggas look just like me. I'm not talking about the admix, not the admix ones, right? No, even with that. So, for example, so Stupies, if you were to leave Jamaica, right? Let's say a group of 100 people left Jamaica, right? And then a secluded island, and they didn't bring anybody else, right? Just those 100 and their subsequent generations, right? Phenotypically, there would be no difference between them and the Jamaicans that they separated from. Now, after 10,000 years passes, there's gonna be genetic differences, genotypical differences. That's what Fetty is talking about.
Because look,
no.
Have you
let me answer Fetty. Let me answer Fetty.
Asian Eurasians black.
Let me answer Fetty. Because Fetty use a word that I promised myself that I'm not going to talk disparaging about anybody. But Fetty throwing the word biodome. And I laugh when he use the word biodome. Yeah. Biodome or whatever, because you think I don't know what it means. So the biodome that existed, the biodome, no, you don't know what it means. You don't know, whatever you say, you don't know what it means. I might not be able to pronounce it, but I know what it means. But you throw it out there to confuse the argument, because you're arguing like Dr. York now. What was the biodome in the sub-Saharan Africa? What was it? What was it? What was it? Since himself, what kind of biodome? Biome or whatever it is. What existed in sub-Saharan? What existed in sub-Saharan? What existed? What kind of biome existed?
Niggas just be wanting to argue.
No. You want to throw out words because you think people dumb, and it's a dumb person trying to confuse other people with words.
You got it, Chad.
That's what you're doing. You're throwing out words out there because you think people dumb.
Niggas don't know.
What kind of biome existed in sub-Saharan? What kind of biome existed? You throw it out there. What kind of biome or biodome or whatever? What existed in the Green Sahara? Was it tropical? What kind of biome? existed. Because you throw the word out there as if it wasn't a... Listen, the largest lake that ever existed in the world existed in the Green Sahara.
That's true.
So when lakes exist, what exists around lake? Large number of people. But he's throwing out words out there because him think that everybody's stupid. And that's why I love people who use big words, you know, because it don't tell me about how them think about other people's intelligence, you know. You tell me how convoluted they think they are. You're a dumb piece of fuck who try to confuse your big words. And you don't even know what it means. You don't even know what existed in Green Sahara.
Man, come on,
You
man.
never know. No, I'm a piece of shit house what I'm doing.
Soupy,
When talk to people into the shit house kind of talk all the time.
Stoupies, we're alive, brother. Hold on. These discussions have to have a level of civility. No calling people dumb and none of that. Please.
No, because him throw words out there to say, oh, these niggas are dumb. They don't know the meaning of these words. I can just biome. The biome that existed. What that has to do with the conversation? Because everybody knows that the biome that existed in the Green Sahara was one that is favorable to human population. It had a variety of animals.
South America also.
Right. Just like when the white man came to North America, there were 50 million Indians.
Yes.
They said they could see the campfire from hundreds of miles away. The amount of Indians.
Of the equator that makes about 5,000 years ago, the UV was 130% higher. The UV.
So they had to be black.
130% higher.
So they had to be black.
Exactly.
They had to be black because of the UV.
Right.
But he comes now.
Ain't no way they
was
was black. If the UV was high, the Egyptians had to be black, bro.
They were black.
I'm gonna say that right there.
Everybody was.
I'm gonna leave it there.
When the Sahara was green, everybody up there was black. Black like the people that exist now in Niger and Burkina Faso. That's what they look like.
Where was Zahir Hawass at during the Green Sahara? Where was he at?
Central Asia.
He was
Central Asia.
Israel
He
way.
was in Saudi Arabia.
Peninsula.
Arabic
Peninsula.
There was cheddar.
He was up in. He was up in.
He was in. They were wandering. They were goat herders.
You see, look how far we got away from the diversity of the region, Corey.
All of all black.
Wandering for 40 years.
Not Luffy is black.
I didn't think we was gonna be able to stay on the diversity of the region too long, bro. We done miles away from that shit.
Everybody up in the Green Sahara was a nigga. Everybody up in there was a nigga.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's some ignorant.
Everybody up in the Green Sahara was a nigga.
Nigga, show us.
Everybody up in the Green Sahara was a nigga. And if you superimpose the Green Sahara on the modern day map, you'll realize that, all of these Africans were niggers. There was no Libyan.
It depends on how you categorize it. If you saying that all the people was a particular shade of brown or darker, then I mean you could make that point and not be wrong. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not saying a particular shade of brown.
The definition is.
No, I'm not saying that
people they can have pencil point noses and thin lips, and straight hair. But because they're around that equator line and we could justify that their skin color was within a certain range, like that's
I'm not saying range. Logic, I'm not saying range. Logic, I am not saying range. I am saying they were Burkina Faso, Niger black. No range, then they black.
Again, he's going by skin tone instead of more.
I'm going by science. I'm going by skin tone. I'm going by the skin.
So I'm agreeing with you, Stupies, that they've been darker, but of course they would still have to have some kind of range.
Please don't say darker. Say black.
They were Negroes, bro. That's just a lie.
Say black. They were black.
I gotta say darker because I feel like there was still a lot of variety. I don't think it was homogenous black.
So, Fanny, what was the story?
I don't think they all had afros. I don't think they all had big lips. I don't think that.
What was the
He's saying they was Negro. They was Negro.
I mean, when I just added some diversity with the straight hair and the sharp noses, he was like, nah. He was the diversity, right?
Cheddar Man in Europe, are they black?
I don't give a fuck about Europe. Why are you bringing what about Europe for? We're talking about Africans and you're going to Europe. Why are you going to Europe and we're talking about Africa? What about we're not arguing what about this?
Are basal
We're not arguing. No, we don't business with them people. We don't business with them people. I don't. We're not arguing those people. We're arguing the Africans in the time of the Green Sahara. Those big nose, nappy head Negro that went up there.
Have you read any paper dealing with the Green Sahara?
They got their black.
At least it was to the point, and it was straightforward.
Have you read any?
He's saying they were nappy hair with big nose.
Yes, they got their black. They didn't.
Yeah,
they
I don't
came their black.
that, but at least I know what he's talking about.
Central Africa black.
He's just talking. He's just talking, bro.
Yeah. No, but they came from. Where did they come from? Where did those people in the Green Sahara come from?
Sahara, bro. You had groups in North Africa from 20 plus. What are you talking about?
And that's all. That's also true. Like the Green Sahara isn't a homogenous population. So that's why I say, yeah, the Green Sahara, you still got populations from all different directions coming into the Green Sahara, and then it dispersed back out, blah blah blah. But it doesn't start from one single people group and expand outward. That's not what I'm familiar with. So yes, both of y'all got a little bit of it right, but that's even including that, it didn't. I don't think that got us any closer to what we were talking about. But I'm gonna stay out of it. I'm gonna stay out, y'all.
I'm saying if I go by logic,
let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this logic. Think logically. Let me say this. My argument is this, and it is based on numbers and mathematics and probability. If we look at the history of the North African countries that exist now, we find that it has a significant population of black people, Negro people, along with the brown people. And we look at the population of those below the sub-Saharan that exist now. The proportion of light-skinned people that exist now is significantly lower than the proportion of dark-skinned people that exist further north. So if you do the maths and extrapolate back in the past, what they would tell you say, when the era was greener, you had more black people because the black people are significant in both population, north and south of the sub-Sahara. So if we go back in time and we extrapolate it more, we can then draw the conclusion that black people form the majority of the population in the Green Sahara. Do the maths.
I know what you're saying makes sense. I know it actually makes good sense, but I would think that there's too many variables.
Do the maths.
There'd be too many variables in there for you to just do that.
No variable not in there. No variable not in there. No variable not in there.
But you're talking about human migrations, Joe, and human migrations.
No, do the maths. Do the maths.
Human migrations happen for so many different reasons. Weather, sickness, there's too many factors, I would say.
If all factors remain equal, both population will be affected the same way. Don't let anybody sell you any stupidness and then come with a bag of
E1,
Where
are you getting this information from? Are you using your information?
But I mean, you could be off by a couple thousand years.
Are you going off intuition? What are you using to make these what are you? Did you read
common sense, and apparently you don't have none.
Okay, got you.
And you don't have none. No, you don't have none. You don't have none. Common sense and maths. Common sense and maths and probability, and you don't know none of that. Go and read back. Go and reread back. The white man said E1, B1, A, and then swallow that. Because common sense will show you that if population exists in both areas and disparity is that wide, what happened? Start thinking, man. When you start learning to think out of the box, you will drop the bag of E1, B1, A, and the stupidness. The majority of the population in sub-Saharan Africa, based on the scientific evidence, the EV level, the map, the skin map, will tell you that the majority of the sub-Saharan Africans were black. But go on, and they make other people tell you that, oh no, they were the Libyans. The Libyans were in there. It's the Libyans. And the Libyans are the one that make all the progress. All those cave drawings are the Libyans. Go and believe that.
No, I have no doubt at all that they're darker. That they're darker than what you would see today.
They're not darker, they're black.
That.
They're black. Those are darker. Black. Still up on your square.
That's where I feel like you're making, because you'd be saying
no,
all of them.
No.
I'm just saying that's such a broad claim. It's such a broad claim. You got to at least admit that. You talking about a huge swath of people from different directions, all being the exact same. That's a lot.
If the Indians in America were not affected by the disease and the steel, the majority of Americans would be Indians. And the Mexicans showing you now. In less than 400 years, then population booming. If we look at the Americans in entirety, the entirety of the Americans, and we say, okay, let's erase colonization and do the maths. You'll realize that it applies.
No,
the
but
formula applies.
with as large as the Green Sahara is,
it's white genes one, white genes two.
No, man. Stupid. With as large as the Green Sahara is, you honestly think the people in the north of the Green Sahara look like the people in the south of the Green Sahara?
At that time, yes.
But I'm saying, okay. Well, let's add this to a fact. You know that people migrated into the Green Sahara, right, from outside of it. So the people up north will be coming from even further north, and the people from south will be coming even further south, right? And then they get to the Green Sahara and don't sit still, mind you. They're constantly encountering each other and mixing like people do. So I'm failing to see one population when I know that they come from different directions.
Let's talk about migration. It's simple. Let's start where people originally from. Let the people them come from Lake Victoria. That people originally came from the area of Lake Victoria. Right? From day one. 300, we're going all the way. Now, those people, the Sahara at that time was still a desert. Because the Sahara became green 14,000 years ago. It lasted like 7,000, 8,000 years. No, the people automatically start migrating within Africa first before they even reach the Delta. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about Homo sapiens sapien.
What groups you talk about on the phylogenetic? Like what groups you talk about?
I'm talking about Homo sapiens sapien, the original people.
I'm saying you went from 300,000 years to talk about, like, you skipped a lot. Like, can you be like more specific as to which group?
Okay, all right. Fill in the blanks. Fill in the blanks. Fill in the blanks, because you want to complicate it, because you argue like Dr.
You just talking, bro.
I'm saying. Okay, let me ask you the question then. Where did the original people come from? Where did original Homo sapiens come from?
You're saying where did humanity
start?
Bro, look, you just
where in Africa? Where in Africa? Where in Africa?
We got you just established. You're more so talking about how do they end up in different parts of Africa.
No. Yes.
Started.
Yeah, no.
You answer his question. 300,000 years to talk about desert, like the desert.
No.
Like, bro,
where did they start?
Do that? I'm not gonna let you wing it like that.
If you answer his question, you can trip him up. He ain't asking nothing complicated.
I don't ask anything complicated.
Don't they start in Omo Valley? Am I tripping?
The Green Sahara, and he admitted that he winging it. So I'm just trying to figure out why.
It's Omo Valley, right? Am I tripping?
So Captain Minette, he not doing nothing.
It's Omo Valley. Am I tripping?
Right.
So, ask me.
All right, let me ask you, Sheffrin. Where did the original
human beings start? I'm walking with you, Stupies.
He ain't gonna say nothing slick. He gonna trap his.
No, I'm not saying anything slick. I'm not saying anything slick. Right? So where they started from, where would they populate first before they moved out of Africa? Where would they populate first?
Tell me where they started.
I don't know. I don't know where they started. No, but wherever they started, it was within Africa, correct? Wherever they started, it was within Africa. Right.
You don't know where.
It don't matter, because it started within Africa. Where did it expand? Where did it full up first before they move out? They were settling in.
You did say around the
No.
Great Lakes region. So let's just start with there for the sake of argument.
Great. Yes. So from the Great Lakes region,
that's not true.
did they move south?
That's not true.
You gonna bring in Morocco?
That's not true.
No, just for the sake of argument, we're gonna go with that.
No,
but go ahead.
They ended up in Morocco, but they didn't start in the Great Lakes region. I don't think.
Wait. No, that's many persons said started in the Great Lakes. Many persons said started in the Great Lakes region. Where did it start?
No. The Great Rift Valley, Omo Valley. That's somewhere in Ethiopia or somewhere.
Yeah, it's in Ethiopia. All right, cool. Let's go with that. All right, go ahead.
All right. And from that valley, we know that they migrated geographically south before they went geographically north. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. First it was the Omo Valley. Now you saying is
no. Yeah, but
and then they went south into
no, the Omo Valley is
Great
in Ethiopia, Chef. The Omo Valley is in Ethiopia.
Right,
Come on.
That's not the Great Lakes. No, first he said.
But it don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter
where they started at. They went south.
They went south.
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. They moved south, and they moved east, and they moved west before they moved into Europe. Would you agree with me on that? So they were already established. They were already established in Africa.
They were established in Africa first. I got you. Yeah,
they were already established in Africa before they went over to Europe, correct?
Yeah, I got you.
So by the time they went over to Europe, they were already established in areas that were called Niger, in areas that were called
Morocco.
No, I'm not saying Morocco, because the Sahara Desert was there at that time. The planetary shift didn't take place yet. But those areas that were habitable in Africa, human beings were already established. So as soon as the climate of the Sahara changed, those human beings en masse could freely migrate because they were coming from a point that they were already established. Don't make nobody fool you with E1, B1, C1A and biome and all of this, because we know what the sub-Saharan African look like. So by the time we come to 20,000 years ago, black people already established in Africa. Them so established that they was moving out of Africa and they went into other areas of the world. And some were beginning to come back.
I'm not telling a lie, though, my lord. Sometimes it can get dark, brother. I'm not telling a lie. You can't
no, because people thinking if you're stupid, people thinking that you're stupid. When people use words to conflute themselves because they learn from Dr. York. And when you hold them argument up to a light, it starts to lose.
Hold on. You gotta stop insulting Fetty, right? Let me say this about Fetty. I believe Fetty, sometimes he could come off as condescending, right? He thinks a lot of us don't read and all of that. And I used to get really offended by that stuff, right? But I believe that Fetty is sincere when he makes...
Him sincere and dumbness. Him dumb. Him fucking dumb and stop lying. Anybody who jump on this genetic E1, B1, C1, and don't compare to other things. You can use genetics. No.
Hold on, man.
Let me stop talking.
Hold on, man.
Soupies, Jano dog. You're doing the dark Jamaican thing. I'm not telling a lie. Let me say this, right? When when Fetty invokes the phylogenetic tree, the E1, B1, I have no doubt that he genuinely subscribes to that stuff and he believes it explains the story of humanity. I don't believe he invokes that stuff as like a rhetorical device to trick people, and I don't think that's what I think he truly believes in that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So don't get frustrated or flustered because they always run back to that stuff. Just make your point in your argument and, leave out the insults and the dumb and this person is dumb and let's not do that.
No, because what he does, and you know that I got kicked out of university for this. One time I got kicked out of the University of West Indies for this. Because I'm a little ghetto youth. And my dialect and my language is not the most beautiful thing in the world. I'm not all that. I don't use big words unless I have to use it.
It's not just that, those stupid. At times, when you get frustrated with people, you can get very, very rank and very dark.
And a professor did what he did to me, and I had to tell him about his mother. I said, "Don't play with me, because you're acting like you're smart and you're dumb."
You see what I'm saying?
Don't play with me with the fools. Don't use language to twist me up. You know that you're not using facts. Don't play fucking with me. I might not be able to speak it, but I can talk it. Don't fucking play with me. But that's what he does with everybody in the panel. Come up here, come play with them.
Hey, Chef, let me tell you something, right? I'm not gonna tell no lie, right? When I first came to America, same attitude, bro. Let me say this. Jamaican society, that attitude gotta die. Let me tell you, like, we can be so fucking dark, man. When I said dark, like I get it. Like when those Europeans, they do their little trickery and shit.
Y'all get frustrated easily. What
yeah. And when we get frustrated, nigga, we black out. Like it's just a complete blackout. Like, no, it can't be like that. And I had to learn that, bro. Like, it can't be like, because you're not gonna get anywhere.
you don't like y'all don't like y'all.
How you going to allow somebody to insult the intelligence?
Play with.
Are you going to allow somebody to insult the intelligence?
In a lot of these conversations, you gotta play dumb and accept bullshit just to get so the conversation can move forward. There's no other way to do it. Yeah, I do it all the time, Stevie. You gotta eat shit in these conversations. And
but him out of order. Him out of order with the foolishness.
That's how it is over here. Like if you got an overall point, just stay in the cockpit. You know what I mean, and just drive your point home. You gotta have tunnel vision. You got to. You got to. I feel you though. I mean, but everybody feel that way. Like I guarantee you, Corey and Fetty and them feel that way also.
Let me tell you something, dog. I look at little cultural idiosyncrasies, right? Like I follow the Chicago scene a lot, right? And I noticed with them, dog, they remind me of ghetto Jamaican people. Like it could be the simplest stupid shit, and the motherfuckers will wipe out your whole family, bro. And I'm like, it could be some shit like just stupid. I'm like, no, like, bro, like the conflict resolution, the impulse control, like that shit is not there at all, bro. Like it's crazy.
Corey, you hear pot calling Keke Black. You hear pot calling Keke Black in the ear. Askel calling me black. Like him is not a pastor. You crash out just as much as me. It's part of our culture. We can't hide it.
Hey, look, I changed. Hey, look. Hey, Chef,
we don't like to play with our intelligence.
Hey, Stoopies, let me give you an example of how dark you could be when I first came from Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was at this girl house, right? And she had cats. Mm-hmm. So the first time I saw the cats come into the living room, you know what I said to that girl? I said, "Oh yeah, we used to stone those to death in Jamaica." Dog, the look of horror on her face, bro. And I'm just like, what? Was a big deal. But we used to do that, bro. Like we used to drop cinder blocks on the motherfuckers, dog. Like
that's how I know Jamaicans don't have no Egyptian in them. Like you niggas are the furthest away from Egyptians. Yeah, man, that you can get. You feel me?
Straight West Africa, nigga. Like straight nigga. Niger
Congo.
But you know what?
Straight.
I'll say this.
What part of the bite? What part of the bite?
Yeah, you don't play. No. You don't allow people to play with the intelligence and then come in here and act as if they're superior because they're going to some book and they regurgitate something that they memorize. They don't even reason it out for themselves, you know. They memorize it. And they regurgitate and memorize information.
You know what I learned? You got to learn from other groups of people, right? You know what I learned from Europeans in watching them debate and all of those and all of these different sort of things and why they were able. I believe intrinsically it was a big part of the reason why they were able to infiltrate and dominate us, right? The gaslighting that they do and the little tactics to anger you, and you know what I'm saying? And then when you get flustered and play with me and you insult me intelligence, say batty boy, right? What that does is you're no longer focused on the task. You're just in rage. You know, but they know that. They know. So I had to learn, bro. And you know, going back to the cat example, now I realized that shit was sick. Like I was fucked up.
And no, I agree with you. But you know the point that I can't forgive? You know the point that I can't forgive? We're not in a room with Europeans. You see, if a European was in the room, I would act differently. I would use different strategy. But it's when a black man playing that game against another black man, and I know the game that he's played, that is white people game, that he took white people weapons and used it against himself, he's no better than Queen Nzinga. That's what he is.
But you got to brace though. You got to give. We got to give. We got to
Jamaicans, bro. Y'all something else, bro.
Jamaicans is fucking nuts.
Hey, look. Let me tell you something.
No, when people play with you like that, Pascal. People don't play with me like that.
No, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Stoopies. When I listen to Chef, right? Chef don't know why I like him so much. Like I love the shit out of some Chef. No homo, right? Because
I'm honest.
Hold on, no.
Honest. That's why I like him.
No. Listen to why I love Chef, right? I have yet to ever hear Chef chip out, as we would say in Jamaica. How they be saying it in America? Splash out or I've never, dude. Even when people call him stupid or it's like nothing gets to him, and I'm like, damn. Like
I'm just here to witness that he done flipped out, he done crashed out.
Of course, I've heard Chef crash out against Unc already. I've heard Chef crash out.
I want to be fair here. He ain't no angel. Pastor's trying to make him out to be an angel. But go ahead, keep on going, Adam.
No, Corey, he'll raise his voice and stuff like that, but he don't do like what me and Stu Pease be doing, cussing motherfuckers out and you know you a bitch and pussy wall, and he don't. I've never heard that. All right, like
he only do it with Unc. Right. He only crash out with Unc.
All right. Ask I have one question to ask you, and then I'm going to shut the fuck up. Was he being a pussy wall? Be honest.
That's his style. That's his style.
So he has the style of a pussy wall. So he has the style of a pussy wall. That's what you're saying, and it's okay. It's okay. But hold on. So he's a pussy wall then, and we know that. You don't pussy wall with me.
Hold on. Yeah. You gotta let me answer your question, Stoopies, right? I want to say this. Compared to the Fetty of a few months that I knew, who could be very snarky, and he's toned it down a great deal. He has. I've noticed it, right? But sometimes you'll be there engaging in conversation, and you can pick up on the fact that he thinks that he's at an elevated. Hold on. You could pick up on the. You can tell that he believes he's on an elevated intellectual level compared to the rest of us. You could pick up on it. But look, Stoopies, in that engagement that you and him were having, he didn't say anything overt enough to warrant where you took it.
No, because guess what? The difference between you and me is that you waiting on him to punch you in the eye. You are waiting on him to throw the first punch. I'm kicking you in the throat from him like a fist.
Right. He said, I see the fist balled up.
I'm going to kick you in the throat from him like a fist. You don't have to throw a punch at me. So you waiting on the punch, and I see it coming from a mile.
I ain't gonna
lie. So
right?
Make a fist, I'm kicking in your throat.
Hey, seen him take off. As soon as the nigga started taking his chain off, right, CP ran up and hit him in the mouth.
It took off on him. CP's already took off on him. I ain't even gonna give you a check.
And that's what he was beginning to do. And that's what a lot of people in this community do. They start making fists.
You got to keep
and then
in mind.
I don't fight fear. I have never fought fear in my life. That's why I've never lost a fight.
You got to keep in mind that there are people listening in the audience, right? And Brass and Chef, they want this thing to grow. We always have to be mindful of that, right? And when people are listening,
you're right. You're right.
When people are listening back, yeah. They don't know.
I just wanted to make sure who I thought it was you, but go ahead.
Well, Corey, he's not done with me yet, Corey. Right? He's not. You know that church saying he's not done with me yet, right? So I've gotten a lot better too, but
Jesus working on me. Jesus working on me.
Yeah, Jesus working on me, Corey. Right? So
he got his work cut out. I'll tell you what. But go ahead.
But Corey, I'm not that bad. What my weak point is, what's the name did to me the other day, right? And I knew he was doing it intentionally, right? But if every word I'm saying you cut me off, and I asked kindly, I said, brother, just let me get. All right, go ahead. And then I say 3 words, and the nigga jump in, and I said, bro, just what you doing? Let me go. And then he said, all right, go ahead. And then I say 3 words, and then nigga jump in. That's my weak. At some point, dog, I'm gonna snap, dog. But I feel like
enabled it. Yeah, you enabled this because if 2 years ago, you're just stepping him throat. I know that. Don't play with me. When him come on the panel, he realize that Haskell talking.
No, that's not gonna stop that. No, that's not gonna stop that, Stoopies. They're because look, you're on the internet. There's nothing you can do to make someone not antagonize you. There's nothing you can do.
Call him a Geldin. This is a Geldin. Play him weak part. Fuck up him mental.
Hold on.
You have never learned to fuck up somebody mental? You realize what they hold dearly. Like Reggie. Reggie likes to think that he's intelligent. What the first thing I always do to Reggie? I call him dumb. Because I know it affects him.
And that's why I like Chef so much. Because you're right. Reggie does that shit a lot too. He talks condescendingly all the time.
Right.
He'll pull out his resume on you. He'll ask you if you ever wrote anything.
Yeah. And what's the first thing I did? I read his Black City Plan. And I tear it apart. And I said, that's the dumbest shit I ever read. Because you cannot come in.
What do you tell Corey all the time? What do you tell Corey all the time? You're just a concrete nigga. In other words, you're just dumb. But Corey don't even snap on him like that because he realizes like you know what I'm saying? Like all right, this nigga I'ma just let him live. You gotta do that sometimes.
That's why we can't progress. We can't progress in the conscious community because we let too much pseudo live. If we eliminate most of these pseudos, we'd be in a far better position.
Man, you said the most pseudo shit
they be
ever.
homeless. That
You just said some wild shit 10 minutes ago, and you said I'm shooting off the hip, and I'm asking you, where did you get it from? You couldn't tell me. So what were you doing just now?
Why never answer my answer? Why didn't you answer? Why didn't you answer the question when I asked it? Since you're so bright and intelligent. Since you're so bright and intelligent. Since you're the brightest.
You the person who feel like you. I don't know why you feeling like that.
Since you're the brightest person in the room.
Why are you projecting on me, bro?
I'm not projecting on you. I don't have to project. I know my place. I know where I fall. I know where I fall in this room.
Bro, we was having a conversation dealing with
But guess what? Go and read some white people book and suck some white dick and elevate some white people like most of the niggas in the conscious community who in this genetic thing. Go and run to the white man genetic.
You keep talking about conscious community, bro. I'm not a part of this shit. You've been in this shit.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
He's not. Stoopies, let him talk. Go ahead, Fetty. What you saying?
All I'm saying is we was having a specific conversation dealing with the Sahara, Africa, and who niggas and who not. He's made a lot of claims, and when I asked him where you get it from, the nigga said it's common sense. Like what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, Stoopies, it was a fair question that he asked you. If he asked you where you got something from, he's not. I don't think that's being condescending. It's a fair question.
He said he using mathematics and common sense. And once the nigga say that, I'm like, you got it. You basically ain't saying nothing rooted in real truth. You just assuming intuition and shit like that. You can do that, but don't try to act like what you're saying is fact.
That's not why I lash out on him. Nobody here. You have no information of your own.
Can you hold on?
Any information? Any information that you have ever regurgitated is your information. You have never had an original thought. You're a pretender. You have never had an original thought. You're coming here as a pretender. You're coming here as a pretender with other people thinking. You coming here as a pretender. At least I'm not a pretender. You're unoriginal. You're a pretender.
In the mirror. What the fuck?
You're a pretender. You've always been a pretender. Aren't you a pretender?
Fuck.
You're coming here with other people's thought and have it as your own.
People all day. Shut the hell up.
You are that Michael Bolton dude in Goodwill Hunting. That's what you are. If you watch Goodwill Hunting, he's the Michael Bolton looking dude. You come to and regurgitate other people's information and act like you're bright. You're a pretender, dude. I don't listen to pretenders. I listen to people with original thought who think on them own. You're
Hey, Brass, I know you like to say you're not the only one with admin powers, but are you here, brother?
Hey, listen, listen. Y'all niggas sound absolutely fucking crazy, nigga. Somebody mute these niggas and move the conversation forward or do something.
My hands are tied and my phone. The phone ain't even in the room with me. It's my fault. I'm gonna take it over. I'm gonna take it this time.
What happened to the fade room? What happened to the fade room?
Yeah, no, I'm saying move them niggas. You know what happened? You know what you just got? Admin powers,
for a second, I was kind of enjoying it, so I'm a little bit guilty too.
Use them shits responsibly. You got admin powers, bro. Y'all can beef and argue and all of that, but after a while,
yeah, it gets crazy.
It ain't going.
Yeah, it definitely got to the point where we could see it wasn't going nowhere.
Y'all got like 40 people listening to the Chancellor Williams conversation, and these niggas been arguing for 30 minutes. Come on, man.
Yeah, they came in to hear the Chancellor Williams conversation. That's crazy. Chancellor still pull a crowd. Appreciate it. Chancellor can pull a crowd, yo.
Good old Chancellor.
The book did his shit though, y'all. Like we should read some chapters of it, some key points. You dig what I'm saying? Because the book good as a motherfucker. He tell a hell of a story. You know what I mean?
Bro, we just been arguing for like 4 hours about the 2 pages and shit. Yeah.
Well, what is the original contention though? Like, what's the problem? I mean,
his premise was that all of Africa, from the northernmost point to the southernmost point, was all black. You dig what I'm saying? It was black Africa. It was the Balad Al Sudan, the land of the black. Mm-hmm. That was his opening premise. So that's what we was initially arguing. You dig what I'm saying? And then his whole thing was that black people history needs to start with Egypt. You dig what I'm saying? So he says all of this on the first page. And I was telling Haskell,
he fucked up on the first page.
He fucked up on the first page.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not get it.
Yeah,
but
man,
did you ever...
Has it always
Chef, did you ever give your opinion of that statement that Haskell read where he called the mulattoes mistakenly was listed as Caucasian? How you feel about that? That's a strong statement. That's saying that he is including the wise. Corey said to
you can move people and mute people.
I don't know. We can look at that. I would have to read that whole excerpt in totality and see what he actually are saying. But I clearly don't think that he was talking about Hawass and them because I read his whole book. You dig what I'm saying? So I know, he makes a distinction between the people that we call Egyptians now and who was the original Egyptians. He makes a clear distinction on those.
All right,
people.
so Roger.
So he adhered to the invaded race theory. He thought that, okay.
Hell yeah.
So let me read a section, Logic, that might give some more breadth to his viewpoint, right? So it's on page 17. He says, from the researcher's viewpoint, the most important part of the investigation was the beginning of the task of singling out and clearly setting forth the precise nature of Africa's own independently developed civilization. A continent-wide study of the traditional customary laws of the blacks, for example, enabled us to learn for the first time that a single constitutional system prevailed throughout all Black Africa, just as though. So that's a hell of a claim, right?
That's a hell of a claim.
Just as though the whole race, regardless of the countless differences in language and other locally determined cultural patterns, lived under a single government. A similar continent-wide study of African social and economic systems through the millenniums revealed the same overall pattern of unity and sameness of all fundamental institutions. That there is a historical and fundamental basis for real brotherhood and unity of the Black race could not have escaped the notice of all of those Europeans who have been investigating and writing about Africa over the years. But they are
moving right along. Go ahead.
But they are shrewd. Massive Black unity would be massive Black power, which of course would reduce white power and its domination of the whole earth. So white Africanist writers always concentrate on the ethnic differences among Africans, tribal antagonisms, hopeless language barriers, the cultural varieties, etc. They even make a separate ethnic group of their own mulatto offspring from Black women by classifying them as white in some areas and coloreds in others.
So who are they saying does that? Are they saying white people do that, or are they saying Africa?
No, he's talking about South Africa at that time. Now you got to know some shit. Now you about to make you about to jump and fuck that up.
See, I'm asking a valid question based on what he read, right? So when he said they categorize the mulatto, I'm asking, are they talking about Africans categorize the mulatto as white, or are they saying Europeans?
African.
No, he's talking about white folks, Chef. He said they're the ones who create the ethnic group, the groupings. That didn't come from the colored demarcations and the Black. That was from the Boers.
Yeah, that's honestly what I got out of it. I got that he was saying
in
Europeans.
South Africa, right?
Yeah, in South Africa. Yeah. So like a Steph Curry, for example, in America is classified as Black. You put him in South Africa, he'd be a colored.
No, what I didn't like about the situation is the fact that he didn't offer the framework for the comparison to say there was a unified constitution. He just made the statement.
Right. He said there was a unified government.
An alternative
all kind of crazy shit.
So what he did was he deflected to the white division, but never offered the comparison framework to say these things had these things in common, which means this was common amongst all these groups of different people. He didn't do that.
Yeah.
And that's
how he didn't say which government it was or none of that.
Racism rather than actually defending the statement you made. Because the statement was about them having a unified constitution, which means, and you use the word constitution because constitution means writing now. It means a body, a written body of something. And we know these people had an oral tradition. So now how are you going to take this concept of oral tradition and then compare it to a constitution that is continental?
Right.
When so unless I heard that wrong, yeah, he's saying the entire continent was under one government at the time. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Unless I'm hearing that wrong.
To answer your question,
but then after making that statement, I'm talking about the rhetoric of just the statement. After you make the statement, though, then he go to what? What I'm going to? He go right to the division of racism, but he never explained his constitutional continental unity.
Right. So anathema. To answer your question, this is like the introductory chapter. He's setting it up. He does go into the details for the supporting arguments for that statement later in the book. It's a 400-page book almost.
I read the book, but I'm saying in the beginning, like initially, I would have offered, at least one little thing in there to support my statement as I'm leading my readers. Otherwise, I'm prejudicing them because I'm juxtaposing something I haven't proved yet against a racist thing that I'm saying is continental. You understand that is going against this continental unity where I didn't provide one example I'm just saying, as a good writer, I would have said, for instance, they ignore the fact that black folks across the continent do this in common. And then I would have went on to say, whereas they promote the disunity and whatever went on with the colors and the separation of the people. I'm just saying, as a good writer, what you would do. Because you understand, I understand what you're saying in the preface that he's gonna, because I read the book, he's gonna prove some of these things later. But in that instance, no, it's bad rhetoric to me.
And I just want to say one thing.
It's certainly very loose.
Real quick.
No, because you see, y'all never focused on the first part of the statement, though. Y'all immediately start talking about the Boers and the division, the racism. But you never mentioned, well, what was this continental unit? I had to bring that up. Y'all was going to go into a whole conversation about what white people did and not focus on that instance of what he said. You understand? And that's why I'm saying that it's deflected, because where did it lead y'all discussion? To Boers.
Real quick. Everybody try to land their plane just a little faster, bro. Just a little faster. And I want to make a formal complaint that there's too many Jamaicans on the panel. As soon as y'all niggas think y'all about to start jumping, somebody,
I'm not here to argue with
I'm about to call.
I'm talk about intellectual rhetoric, and we're talking about a book. I want to discuss
we just talking shit, yo. We just talking shit.
Yeah, slowly but surely, I went from Haskell to Stupees to Diadaphaba. I see what y'all doing. I'm just letting y'all know.
Hey, we doing what the white folks did in Egypt, man. We just encroaching little by little, and then we.
Yeah. Y'all good. You good though, bro. So anathema, that's what I meant when I was like that. Them statements was crazy as hell. I noticed it too. But I mean, sometimes you gotta let people get as far in their argument as they can, because I could get hung up on that, right? But the answers are probably somewhere in the book. But I'm trying to get what Haskell's getting out of it. So I gotta let Haskell finish reading it, give me his interpretation, and talk to Haskell. But yeah, I caught it too. I definitely caught it. Those were some, and actually Haskell caught it. Haskell in the middle, he stopped and said, "Damn, that was a crazy ass claim, wasn't it?" Yeah, we caught it. You know what I'm saying? We didn't want to get hung up on it right then and there before he finished reading.
Well, the problem is a lot of people read the book as a history book, and it's not. It's a psychological study of African civilization. But a lot of people they don't understand that, because he's coming from a psychological perspective when he's writing the book. But people read it as a historical account, and it's not a historical account.
All right, so here it is, right?
Well,
so
how did Africa psychologically all fall under one umbrella?
Yeah, no, so logic. I just agree with Anathema with the psychological thing, but to Anathema's point about him kind of giving a little tidbit as to the backing up of the statement, he does say a little bit after what I read. He said, "We have presented in chapter 6 enough of the traditional African constitution and the fundamental rights of the African people to be specific points for the identity and the discovery of the heritage we talk about, without any definite frame of reference." So he does give a preview to the reader. Hey, in chapter 6, I'm gonna back up this broad claim.
All right. I can respect that.
Yeah, but I mean, me personally, I would definitely vehemently disagree that Africa fell under one government. I definitely don't. I don't think that there was ever this homogenous thing that he talking about, psychologically, government, none of that. Like, so I would just say that's completely off.
It's a question in the chat that says, how did 2,000 tribes have one language and one constitution? It's that word. Does that make sense? Is that like can y'all make
it makes sense. It makes sense. Now, I would say that so Chancellor Williams is making an inference, right? So he went to Africa and did actual field research by like talking to the elders, like the people who practice the indigenous traditions in all of these different areas of Africa, Northwest, East and South, Central, all over, right? And then he combined that with a historical record to make certain inferences. Now, I will say this, just because you observe a commonality in the governmental structures in all these different societies doesn't. It's not enough to say that there was one definite constitution that everybody fell under continent wide. But I get the argument that he's making, right? So to answer the guy's question about the different tribes and stuff, Chancellor he isn't saying that you didn't have different tribes and all that stuff. What he probably would argue is that, because there's another part in the book where he says a lot of that differentiation in culture and language came after the Asiatics made their incursions, and the Africans started moving down south and fleeing and migrating all over the place, and that's where a lot of the, and I don't know how strong that is either, so I hope that answers the question.
That's part of his premise, is that when they built up civilizations, that people would come and invade them and destroy their major civilizations, to where they lost an incentive to build major civilizations, and they reverted just to tribal situation so that they could not build up something that people would long to come and take from them. And then that's how they got trapped in the system of this tribalism and indigenous.
So white people been running you niggas around Africa the whole
archaic grand
culture, running y'all out of y'all kingdoms and running you niggas everywhere. Huh?
Yeah, that's what he said. Wow. Yeah, that's the premise.
I read the book. I know the book. That's the
premise. He's saying for at least 2,000 years or so, anathema. Let me think. Yeah. No, longer than that.
Yeah, he
longer
said
than that. What am I saying?
He said since any great African civilization was
stuff like that.
See, that's dangerous. That's a dangerous rhetoric.
10,000. He said 10,000
history. And since them time,
hear me out for a second.
10,000 to present.
Psychologically,
like that. That's why I attempt to be heading off some of the conversations, right? Like, yeah, I understand where there might be enough nuance for you to be able to make that argument. But in the back of my mind, you trying to make that argument so you could prove some crazy ass shit like that. See, like that's why I be so motivated to head off some shit about everybody's black and all of this kind of shit, because it's some kind of way in the back of all of that, you're walking me into a room where this is possible, or where you can now explain this other crazy ass thing that you're trying to explain by calling everybody black. That's why I be fighting against it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to where I get so confused now, I believe Chancellor Williams. And not saying that everything he said was wrong, but that's not a claim backed by science. Like, that's a political claim. That would be something to politically motivate people. I keep saying there's a political element underneath all.
Well, and one of the problems I had with this argument when I first read the book, because what I've noticed is that when you go study almost any indigenous culture, they have similarities. Because they're living off the land, and they're responding to their environment and the sky and the nighttime, and they have stories, and they have astrology about all of this and that. And you can go and compare and almost say like all indigenous people live by the same type of law. If you want to say there's some type of universal law, they all have some type of divination. They all have some type of shaman, obeah, something like that. They all have either a matrilineal society, they have a warrior class, they have all of these things in common amongst indigenous people. And you can claim that, okay, well, all the indigenous people of all over the world live by some type of law, but it's not true. Just because you can find these commonalities.
That's not the whole of the book. The book is about the destruction.
Yeah, because the premise is that when we build up, people come destroy. So we basically developed an initiative or an incentive not to build and develop big. Because anytime we did it, we was attacked and destroyed.
I don't even
and this
understand the implication whether I just asked y'all. What about you, Logic?
That's what this book is discussing.
We know the implication.
I didn't hear you that time.
There's even a point in the book, Corey, where he says that a big part of it, and it's not 10,000 either, Chef. That's a little bit too far back. I would put it around 4,000 BC, because that's when he says the Asians first really started. Yeah, that was the first 4000 BC is around the time when the Asians first started making their incursions into North Africa along the sea coast. The sea coast of Egypt, right? So what he's saying is since that time,
it's 4,000. You're right. It's 4,000. That's
yeah,
on the
4000
cover of the book. My bad.
yeah. So hold on, guys. So a big part of it, Corey, right? He says at some point, once West Asia started developing bronze weapons and mounted cavalry. Those are the two things that he points to that gave them a huge technological advantage, particularly in waging warfare. He said once they developed those two things, 100 West Asians, 100 horse-mounted West Asians could put 10,000 Africans to flight. Think about that.
This is a fact because you gotta think the whole war technology of the mounted horse with the compound bow came out of the Mongol, and then that changed warfare.
100 people, 100 Asians could
So
make
now
10,000
now
niggas.
y'all mad at me now when I talked about how the being worldly makes a big difference now? You're talking about the technology that they brought and that they got from the Mongols, right? So what I'm saying is, right, everybody was mad at me when I talked about the advantages of being worldly the other day. But then y'all talk about
no
the advantages of being worldly.
C-Dot was the only person. C-Dot was
No,
the only person.
no, everybody was. They was all mad at me.
You
He
gotta
just was
remember,
one voice.
you gotta
He was
remember
the only
horse
one voicing it.
over there in Mongolia. You understand? They actually was the first people to domesticate the horse. So all of them people that was in that region, based on what you're saying, they got that from them. It spread. You understand? To where now you got Europeans and Arabians and northern people in that peninsula that's close to the steppes of eastern western Asia. They start learning that whole concept of horse domestication, which means they can travel faster, they can move faster, and they war tech exchange. They're gonna get a technological advantage. And if you're not near them, you ain't got no horse in Africa to domesticate.
Yep. That's
Right.
bad.
So Corey, to answer your question, you answered a question earlier when you said where were the Asians at who were referring to that came in, or what were their origins, right? I think you said like when they were talking about the Green Sahara, and you were saying, so where was the Zahi Hawass niggas at that point, right? And that was way back in the timeline. To answer that question, Corey, they would be in the central, the Asian steppes, as it's called.
The Pontic step.
Is that the same thing? I'm not sure. Look it up.
Yeah. It's like a whole region, and all those different steppe areas got certain specific local name. Because it's like a whole region over there. It's not, like one little tiny area. That whole region.
Now y'all making my other point that people don't live on continents like y'all do. They live in regions. But y'all keep going. Y'all keep going.
No, because you guys is doing a good job, because you even have to understand that at the time, a lot of the tin for the bronze was coming out of Ireland with the Celts and out of France and Gaul and areas. That's why they conquered them people, to control that tin trade, because they needed the tin to make the bronze.
Talk about
so all of those regions came together from this whole international thing you're talking about. You understand? This is what I'm trying to express.
Have to tell them how the weather affect them too.
Oh, so yeah, I think. Well, obviously,
the weather played a part in it too.
Yeah, obviously, he's talking about the recession of the Green Sahara, and that kind of and there were other ecological factors that he pointed to where it caused starvation, and so that factored into to where they were able to get conquered easier. The Green Sahara not having there being less arable land, right? Less area where you could plant food. so then disease would spread and blah 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 blah. So yeah, he goes into that part of it too. It's a masterpiece, Corey. Even with what you would probably consider like the more outlandish claims with the universal constitution of the whole continent and all of that. Independent of that, it's a great narrative. Like the way how he put it together it's incredible. It's a masterpiece.
I can agree with Haskell on that because when you understand what he's trying to explain to the young African mind, this is what I understood. Cause I read it, in the 90s. I was young as hell and I read this book, and then I would use it for other Black people, and I would try and make them understand what he's doing. What he was trying to explain is why we still live in mud huts. Basically, This is what he was trying to explain. He was trying to figure out a way not to justify it, but to psychologically understand why these people prefer to stay in these indigenous traditions when they had all of these major civilizations that could have been developed and continue. And why didn't they continue? Just because one civilization is destroyed don't mean all that knowledge and information is lost. People leave with that knowledge and information, but some people be like, well, say, boy, no, better we don't do that. Because last time we do that, the man them come and mash me up. You understand? Don't come and crush everything down. So better me not tell people to do that. And we just go on and keep it small and simple, country life. You understand?
So question, bro, do you think, because you broke that down, so the fact that he had a mission statement or his overall premise was built off of a faulty premise based off trying to establish a wrong causation as to why he felt something wasn't as prestigious when you compare other groups. If a person wants to dismiss the whole book based off that, I don't think they're wrong, because you just broke down again the hidden layers as to why he's even motivated to talk about this in the first place. If that makes
sense. But this is why it makes it a good narrative, because like Sasko said, the way he constructed it, it makes you think. And then it actually forces you to go in and consider traditional African culture in less of a pejorative sense. You start having a rationale for why someone wouldn't want to take their iron technology and build. You understand what I'm saying? You start seeing that maybe these people wasn't as ignorant as I thought. Maybe this was a decision made at a certain time under certain pressure.
I see the earnest. I see
that allows them to continue. You understand? You just start getting different ways to reason about the argument. Not necessarily have to agree with the argument.
Anathema to Fetty's point, right? Do you believe that he sincerely reached this conclusion based on all of the evidence and what he studied, or because this is what I think Fetty is getting at? Do you believe that it's merely a rhetorical device that he created as a coping mechanism to psychologically massage Black people?
You already know, man, it's the latter. You already know it's the latter, but then I'm trying to explain to you why it's still valuable. Because at the time he was writing, that was needed. You understand? But then
I agree with that. I agree with that.
That made people look at the Ifa different. That made people go into the Andikra different. You understand? That made them try and look for ways in which Black people was doing things different to preserve some type of order. And you know what I mean? You just didn't start looking at it as indigenous backward shit. You understand? Bushman activity in them some. You see me?
Right.
So I agree.
Right. And I'm glad the conversation finally got
whenever
there.
I explain the book to people, I try and tell them, like, look, man, this is one person's psychological presentation using historical accounts to explain why Africa is underdeveloped and did not decide to develop. Go and read this like a history study. Read this as why you should appreciate the structure of the mud hut, because there's science in that they probably didn't. They could have used to do other things, but because of what this book is saying, they decided, nah, we not do that. We just want to hold our maids. You understand? But then when you look at it, how can you mad at them sometime? Because all of this technology we want come with pollution and it come with fuckery. So maybe some people say, nah, man, better than that. You understand? From way back then, maybe some people say better than that. You feel me?
Yeah, go ahead, Logic. You was about to say something.
All right. Do what y'all do. I don't want to talk too much.
Yeah, where you at?
No, I was saying that that's one of the biggest things I find problematic, right? Is that we we understand that they were operating on a specific paradigm, right? And yet we use a lot of the terms that they use, not agreeing with their paradigm, and expect to arrive somewhere different. See, like that is what I say is be so problematic. And one
Yeah,
of the things that I
2025.
feel
I
like
see what
makes the
you're saying.
conversation so circular, right? It's like the fact that we trying to like get away from their arguments while whole time like preserving some of their arguments, with some of us, that is a part of what makes it so difficult to unwind. Hey, when you're being political, when you're just using leadership, when you're using science, because we're using the same words, we can't separate those conversations because originally they were intertwined on purpose. But we need to separate them in order for us to have clarity on these arguments. How do we separate politics from history? How do we separate this from, what I'm saying? Like that's got to be a bigger part of our conversation, or we are just making the same mistake.
I know but we do that logic. We always eventually get to this part of this point, right? Especially particularly dealing with those black scholars from that era. The conversation always ends up coming here. But I will say that I don't. While I will say that I'm ambivalent about the whole continental constitution thing, I'm not where anathema is, or where you are, or and Fetty are. Um, I don't think that Chancellor Williams didn't believe what he was saying, and he was just using it as a device to psychologically like imbue us with confidence and stuff like that. And let me give you an example why I say I don't believe that's the case. Let's take, for example, Egypt, right? In the 25th dynasty, right? Consider that if we're saying that the Merowe niggas didn't have nothing to do with the pyramids and all the technological stuff that they did up there, right? In the 25th dynasty, somehow they were organized enough, disciplined enough, and all of that to come all the way from Merowe and Napata and subjugate everything from that southern region all the way up to the Mediterranean and all the way into West Asia, right? So that tells me that, and they're closer to those Nilotics and those people who we'd consider bush people and backwards and all of that stuff. So that shows me that there is something there that could substantiate his argument that it is when these Asian hordes continually pressing the blacks down southward, and everything that came along with that disease and the food and all of that stuff. The reason why they didn't build in stone and all of that stuff was because and this was to kind of amend Anathema's point, right? It's not because they didn't want to they only built with the huts because the Asians were doing slave raids like that whole time, like chasing them down. So they had to branch off into little groups over here, little groups over here, little groups over here in little remote areas with little huts. So if they sense that these motherfuckers is coming, they could just abandon that shit and get up out of Dodge. You feel me? So I find plausibility there. I don't think it's just purely I'm trying to make the niggas cope and feel good.
Haskell.
No,
Haskell.
no,
And a lot of these
I
arguments,
get you.
hold on. It's
I'm
not.
saying that there's an element of politics in there, but whether you're acknowledging it or not, these are not statements made for historical accuracy. They're absolutely made in order to steer your thinking somewhere. Like somebody said that there's a narrative running here. Like let's not act like it ain't.
Yeah, he's bringing his emotions into the lab, and you can give facts, but if you have a certain emotional standpoint on something and you go into the lab or anything with that emotional tug on you, like a Diop, won't Diop like a physicist or some shit like that? But it show if you got that belief and you go into something and your overall premise is rooting in some psychological shit, no matter how many facts you give, when a person goes back to your overall premise, they can pinpoint that it's faulty. I mean,
No, see what I was trying to
Yeah,
add.
there may be some things too. I'm 1 second and asking about this.
Hold on, let me add this to
no,
what Seagull
one
was
second and
saying,
asking.
what Haskell was saying.
Goddamn, all right, go ahead. Say what you
Hold
gotta
on,
say.
man. The person, I think, say Haskell is right. When he was writing that, he really believed that. He wasn't, you understand what we're doing. But we are X amount of years later, right? And we're looking back, and we can put that all with J.A. Rogers, with all of these other people, and see that no, he was in a time where this type of rhetoric was done for a certain effect, even if they believed it. You understand? Even if J.A. Rogers believed there was 5 black presidents, that you understand, and there's something there. All of this was done for a rhetorical purpose that we can now analyze. We can see the rhetoric and how it moved and what it did and what type of things you would be motivated to even researching at that time. Because you got to remember, Africa's just being decolonized. You understand? There's all type of things going on. You also have underdevelopment in the black community due to consistent oppression, to where people give up development and turn to drug selling and just commercial of their life, and they don't want to buy up no city block, nothing like that, because they feel the bank and the redlining and all of this are going to come and destroy whatever they try and do and devalue it. So you lose an incentive to develop. So he's in all of that. You understand? So we can look back and say, okay, rhetorically, this had a purpose, and this was in a certain, but what we know now historically and factually with the research capabilities we have now, his research was off. So it had to be for a certain rhetorical effect, whether you believed it or not. You understand me? I say?
And you can't remove that purpose from the rhetoric. While you're using the rhetoric and trying to sanitize it, you can't forget where it actually is coming from. What, you know what I'm saying? What I guess the whole spirit of why he would say whatever he's saying.
Yeah, there's
you know
ideas.
So
you would not say the right word. There's ideas.
Yeah,
the ethos of the time.
You can't detach that. Yeah, you can't detach that. You can't.
No doubt, man.
So I guess basically what I'm saying is you're going to arrive back in the same place over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? Until you begin to separate the politics from what he's saying. And maybe you don't see it specifically, and maybe we can help point it out to you. But until you can separate the politics and what he's saying, you will constantly be trying to reorganize black in his paradigm. You follow what I'm saying? You won't be updating it to ours and what our current predicament is. You'll always be relating it back to his paradigm.
Yeah, but I think the whole black thing is separate from like how we define it is separate from the discussion of like the purpose of the book and all of that. That's
but it's not. He said that all white. He said the white nations have been conquering y'all for 10,000 years or something stupid. Whatever. Bro, that's not a historical statement. That's political. But
well,
it's not even he's not even attempting to be historical by saying that. That's so broad sweeping, lacking all the nuance.
Oh my God, he did not say that. Bro.
See how we still trying to sanitize the man argument, bro. But go ahead, I'm gonna let y'all.
Contrarian, he does kind of say that. So when he says that the
years, he didn't say 10,000.
He's off a little bit. It's 4,000 BC logic. So approximately 4,000 BC is when he says that the first real incursions started occurring from West Asia into Africa, and that started with that area on the in Egypt.
And it
hold
wasn't
on, real quick, contrarian. So logic. He said that 4,000 BC is when the first incursive elements from West Asia first started trickling into North Africa through the Sinai, and they congregated mainly around the seaports of the Mediterranean coast. That's where
now, right. So why do you think in this particular book that he decided to mention that and not the local disputes that actually happen in Africa too?
No, he mentioned
that for a reason, Haskell.
You're not listening.
Yeah, that's in the book, Logic. That's all of that's in there. All of that's in it because he. Go ahead, country, and I'm sorry I cut you.
He also talks about how Egypt started making them mixed babies and stuff. It's deeper than what you talking about, Logic. It's deeper than that.
Yeah, Logic, trust me. He gives plenty of blame because he says that there was plenty of internecine warfare and quarrels and little quibbles well before the Asian got there.
Right,
That,
and then he goes on to summarize it and say Africa used to be under one government. See what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. How y'all act like y'all don't? I'm definitely like it's not. I don't know. I feel like that's an easy one. How y'all don't see that in a statement like that you're trying to paint a picture.
He also said about the one of those West African
Can we stay on the one comment of Africa having all one government? And you trying to tell me that there's an attempt there to be scholastically accurate?
There's an attempt.
Is that what the master teacher scholar was?
No, there's an attempt.
A hard time with that.
There's an attempt.
I tried to use the example. I told you he was drawing the similarities between the indigenous African cultures, which has to do with things that were basically antithetical to developing the city. So they're going to have
Chancellor Williams is educated. I think if he wanted to articulate that, he would have articulated that.
Bro,
he said government. When he read it, the man said it was all under one government. That's what he said.
That doesn't mean it wasn't internecine wars and quarrels. All right, so let me give an example, Logic, right? So when Narmer unified Egypt from the first cataract all the way up to just south of the Delta, right? Now you're familiar enough with Egyptian history to know about the intermediate periods, right? Now, what are the intermediate periods? The intermediate periods is a bunch of them city states and nomarchies and tribes and shit infighting. So at one point, when Narmer unified them, they were all under one government from the first to the sixth dynasty. And then at some point after that, the motherfucker said, "Man, I don't like how you doing that shit over there, nigga, fuck you, nigga, fuck you, nigga." The same thing we be doing on the panel, and then the next thing you know, that shit breaks down into a bunch of city states and chiefdoms from a once unified government. You get what I'm saying?
So I do get what you're saying, but a person who's educated, I don't think that they are going to have trouble articulating what they mean, and really the reason why they say it. I feel like he explained it already. It's more about a narrative. Maybe you don't necessarily see it that way, right? Because I'm like, I can give you an analogy too. Like if I say all black people are the same, right? Am I saying that we all exist under one government? Or could I be saying two different things? You see what I'm saying? Like that doesn't take a rocket scientist to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like you can articulate what you mean. I wouldn't need you to break down what he means. He said it.
Yeah,
we're arguing about why he said it, but I mean, in the book, he starts to allude to.
You know what I realized, Logic? Brother Mujasi really got a brilliant idea. Because I don't know.
Definitely.
Yeah. You know why? Because a lot of the times we have these discussions, we all are coming from different levels of information. So in particular with this book, some of us read it, some of us didn't, right? So what's brilliant about what Mujasi is doing is that these conversations are going to get more structure, because if everybody studies the same study material, right? So like for example, Logic, a lot of the things that you're asking about and it's in the book.
Yeah, but he's making a lot of mistakes because he haven't read the material.
Right.
Like what? Like where's my big mistake?
You jump into conclusions using your old arguments when he clearly laid out what he was saying. So we don't even have to go through or you know what I mean? Like we're rehashing your old arguments towards certain things when we have exactly what he said in the material, so we don't have to go down that road. That's what he.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm going off of. If I'm not mistaken, there was something in there that basically alluded to it alluded to a picture that he was trying to paint. Not it didn't like use the word politics necessarily, but I
he
remember
answered mostly everything. But this the key right here. He answered most of it. You dig what I'm saying? So if the questions that you're asking, he answered it. Now, whether you accept his answers in the book or not, that's totally up to you. I don't accept half of the shit that he said. You dig what I'm saying? But he did give answers to it. You know what I mean? So you know clearly where he stands at. You know, you know clearly where he stands at.
Nah, but yeah, the shout out to Mujasi, bro. That's a hell of an idea. And honestly, like I'm anticipating that with the sharp minds with the sharp minds we got up in here, there's gonna be some fire conversation. Straight up.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all a secret they taught us in when I was in graduate school in literary, you know, studying literature and all of that. Don't ever read the preface or the introduction of the book. Go right to the first chapter and read it. Then go back and read the preface of the introduction. So you get it. You're not biased in your initial reading. So then you read the book just with what you know. They don't get to preface. That's why it's called a preface, because they're putting a bias and a framework for you to read the book in before you even get to the book. That's why they have someone write a preface, someone write an introduction, all this stupid shit. And we were taught this. And they said, no, you read that later because you want your genuine impression of the text. Then you go back and compare that to what they were trying to preface you to point out. Then you reread the text and you compare the two. You compare your initial reading to the reading you got once you read it with the bias inherent in our
see if it line up, to see if they made their point.
Yeah, man. That's how you do it. That's a technique. And they didn't teach us that till graduate school. And I was like, what the fuck? Why I do this late? You can't. Yeah. It's so much things they taught us late. You understand? Like they was holding this back. That once I got in out of, I mean, I thought that initially. Like, you ain't gonna wait to graduate school to do that. Do that now.
That's dope. Read the first chapter. Well, I started with the first chapter, the first page. You know what I mean? For that particular reason, damn near. You know what I mean? Like when high school first put that he was reading it, I said, man, I just go to the first page. You know what I mean? Not the introduction, the first page, he lays out after the introduction, he lays out his whole premise right there on the first 2 pages.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He lays it out. Like
you start with the any book, and then go back and then you will see. Like you will see the inherent bias in the preface and the introduction after you read the book for your own self without reading that. Like when you go back and read that, you're gonna be like, blood fly. Yo, I'm glad I didn't read that first. That's what y'all gonna say to yourself. And it's so much book like that, you can't believe. Because they want to control and direct your response as a reader. They don't want you to just have an initial inherent response, if you understand what I'm saying.
Hey, shout out to Miss Moore. My high school teacher, teacher, told us that. Shout out to her.
Yo, big up, man. One of the things I did come, especially when I started teaching Panzaics and all of that, was not to hold back what I learned. You understand? I can't die with it.
But my junior literature teacher, junior year literature teacher, told us that same shit. Junior year. Yeah, shout out to Julianne Moore. Sure.
Oh, and Chef Ron, I want to big up, man, because you know, all of these years I've never been able to get that online. I only had it in hard copy. So thank you very much for giving Captain Blackman. And I hope everybody on the panel go read the book. I'm telling you, y'all gonna love it.
Look, I put it in there since you spoke so highly of it. I want to do some shows where we read it, certain excerpts together. That's the whole reason. Every time somebody give me a book, I try to put it in the what's the name, and whoever suggested it can lead us in the group study on certain chapters. Like that's why, you know what I mean, we have that whole section right there.
Yeah, I can't wait to read it.
Yeah, we
honestly.
can get into Captain Black Man. Y'all gonna love the text, B. I'm telling you, Star. If you're a black man, you're gonna love the blood clot things.
I had to realize how much I actually liked arguing with some of y'all. This would be a good opportunity right here. Yeah, especially you, nigga. You know it. Well, I can't, so I can't wait for it to be a better, like you said, a better structured argument. I'm gonna get through the pages with everybody. Yeah, that's gonna be fun for sure.
Yeah, man, I suggest y'all read the Captain Black Man. Read it with one of your son them or your nephew, but make sure they're like 16 or up. Don't read it with no young man, because y'all go corrupt the brain.
Chef, my favorite nigga to argue with, and Corey, my favorite person to correct. That's growing on me, all right, for real.
Anima, I can't pronounce the name. Rasta. Yeah, Rasta to me. I can't pronounce the wrong word.
You know what I mean, man? Jesus Christ is anathema.
Anathema Rasta. Question. Since we're talking about one Africa, when did the Bantu expansion start? And did these Bantu people share the same cultural affinity as they progressed throughout all of Southern Africa from the Sahara? Couldn't that be a reason why he would say that Africa have one governing style? Because those people severely affected Africa culturally, the Bantu. And if you look at the Bantu expansion, right?
Hold on, though. I agree with what you're saying in a sense, right? But you got to remember that Bantu is a language group. So they're talking about a language.
No, who carry the language?
Who carry the language? You got many language expansion where you got the language is similar, but as the disparity grows, the cultural continuity disappears. It's not the same.
And I would disagree with you.
Because then you have the Minde language coming in also, and all the Minde have the same disparity, culture. Even though they have the same linguistic background and sharing and this and that. You understand that as you get further and further away from each other, the language can become harder and harder to understand and decipher.
As time progresses, the cultures more cement themselves. Certain things unique to culture via distance start to happen, but we can trace back the original to a set of people who migrated and give them languages to other people. Would you agree or disagree?
You can do that with the Indo-European language group too. And look how much diverse civilization exists in that. And they don't have the same
right. No, I asked that to ask this because when I don't think within one area, I utilize the whole box. Now, if we look at the Bantu people, I will look at where they come from, the edge of the sub-Saharan Africa. I will start looking at when they expanded and at what time period they expanded. According to some book, the expansion was happening 6,000 years ago. True? That the expansion started 6,000 years ago. At the end of which period did these people start expanding southward? And where did they come from originally? Did they originally come from that specific part of Africa where the expansion is said to originate within that time period, or did they come from further north? And what do Bantu speakers look like?
No. See, what you would suggest is that the rest of Africa was unpopulated. and they moved
No,
into unpopulated area.
yeah, no. I'm not suggesting that.
Populated and probably mixed in with all them cultures.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that it was unpopulated. I'm suggesting that displaced people started moving south and giving other people the language and intermingling with other people. But I'm wondering, where did they originally displace from? Where did these original Bantu speakers that had a very formal language originally came from?
They surmised somewhere around Cameroon.
Somewhere around Cameroon
and West Africa. Mm-hmm.
So they weren't. Yeah, they surmised that they were somewhere. No, they even go further north. Cameroon. I'm look at the map and see where Cameroon is.
Because they look now, what they do is they look at the dialect. Because you gotta like, if you do the same like with the Native Americans and their Algonquin dialect, right? Mm-hmm. All the people in the northern part could understand each other, but once you go down into the lower parts of the Appalachian, even though they had the same language, they couldn't understand each other. They needed intermediary groups to understand each other. Like their language and cultures had so much disparity between them. The only linguists could say that they're connected. These people would not say they were connected. So now you're taking a linguistic study and then you're trying to impose that on his position that there was a unified Africa, because the linguists can find that there's a linguistic similarity between these dialects across this and track the migration of dialect patterns, because
I'm not saying
where you have the most grouping of this type of dialect, right? And then they say, well, it must have started there because it's the same thing going with botany and biology, that it must have started here because you have the most diverse. And then you look at little links that spread out from that place, right? Mm-hmm. But right. in that, once it gets so far down the line, only the linguists say that these things are connected. These people don't say they are connected, and they don't have no affinity for each other.
All right.
I gave the same example with the Native American. You can do this with all indigenous people, basically.
Yeah, because you can do it with the Native Americans because most of the languages have similarity in them, coming from the Aztecs going all the way down to the Brazilians. I prefer to go that way instead of coming up north because most of the northern Indians died off. Because the North American Indians were more diverse 500 years ago.
No. See, once again, school peas. Look what you did. You went from Aztec to Mayan. I didn't even do that. I stayed in one region of the United States and saw the disparity, which is not as big as Africa. Only use the Algonquin dialect. Only use the Algonquin dialect.
Yeah, which is I was expanding. I didn't know that you were staying in one place, or I would stay one place.
I wasn't expanding. On purpose. We did that on purpose in a smaller region to show that you can have so much disparity in this small little region amongst this one linguist group, right? That the linguists classify, because the natives don't classify. The linguists classify that. So now you got the expanse of Africa, but it's all gonna one? No, man, it can't work so.
No, I'm not saying that's all under one. I'm saying that there was cultural addition, that they received some of their culture. I'm not talking about government, all under one government.
Well, it's the same with the natives, because you can say they all got corn, but corn come from Mexico. You understand?
Right. You understand? Yes, I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about.
You understand me? I see it.
Let me use the corn. Since everybody can deal with the corn. We know that corn comes from Mexico, right?
Right.
And we know that culturally, corn is significant to the people of the Americas.
Right.
But we also know that many persons weren't planting corn. That many Americans weren't planting corn. Because at that time, although corn
tribes control the corn tree.
You can see. Yeah, certain tribes weren't planting.
You have to be able to defend the crop. If you can't defend the crop, you can't plant.
Right. So what I'm saying that for those cultures that were planting corn, corn plays a significance in their culture. They don't have to be same government They don't have to be same people, but they have cultural similarities as a result of the consumption and the planting of corn.
Yeah, well, we can agree with cultural similarity is not united under. That's how the linguists are able to even see it, that do the linguistic study to cultural continuity, which is good. That's okay, but that doesn't mean that you have one governmental status.
No, I am not saying that. No, that would be quite a reach. That would be a significant reach to make to address it with government. I'm not talking about government now, and I'm not talking about, but the similarities, although you cannot say is one direct people, but they have so much similarity to each other as a result of having cultural of similar culture. Right? Because if we look at the Caribbean, we have similar culture with Trinidad, with Tobago, with St. Vincent, with St. Kitts, with Guyana, with Suriname. But are we one people? No, but we're culture
only in the
similar.
context of Caribbean people, but not in the context of a nation and culture like that. But
right.
There is a general Caribbean culture, we give you that.
But generally, we can interrelate with each other because we have a similar culture.
Right?
Yeah,
I agree with that. But that's not saying that we're all under the sea. Remember, we're arguing about the text, though. This all go back to what he said in the text.
Yeah.
So remember, his claim in the text was he could find a governmental unity, a constitution.
No, him can't find it. Him can't. No, him overstepping. I believe that he overstepping bow when he made that statement.
Okay. But if all right, then we agree.
No, we're not disagreeing. I was asking you to learn something because your knowledge on this topic is stronger. So therefore, I was just asking you because you're a thinking man. What's your opinion? If the culture,
I understand. We get it now.
If the language, because they share a similar language, if it couldn't affect that they share a similar culture. It don't necessarily.
I would see that in the fact that the linguist could trace that goes into cultural continuity. So in that they're gonna find, because certain words they're gonna find have cultural significance. That's why the term survive or the language structure is survive. You understand?
Right.
Yeah. So
right. So although it wasn't as formalized as a government, they had some cultural similarity.
Yeah, man. Everybody can see that. Like I said, that was the initial example when I said, if you just look at indigenous culture in general, you can find similarity amongst the whole of them. Whether you look at somebody in Papua New Guinea, somebody in Africa, and compare somebody in Polynesia, I already said Papua New Guinea, that's Polynesia, but somebody in America, a Taino or something like that, and you look at them just as indigenous people, you're going to be able to draw a juxtaposition where you find similarities and contrasts. And you're going to find more similarities probably, because the indigenous people, they're living off the land, they're taking advantage of what's natural and this and that. So in that aspect, you're going to find a whole lot of similarity.
All right.
The way you
no,
similar. They're going to probably use some type of clay pot or some type of hot rock or cooking on the ground.
Yeah, but Rasta, let me ask you this question. Could it be that you find cultural similarity among primitive people because all primitive people can trace back the source to one group of people or to a group of people who first migrated from out of Africa? That's why how the people in the Americas will do things similar to the people in Papua New Guinea because the source is the same.
Well, I thought about that before, and how I thought about it is that I think the mind is a problem-solving thing, right? That's what the mind do. It look for patterns, and they use these patterns for problem solve.
But and couldn't these problems?
All of the mind, like most people are going to be inundated with the same problem in nature, right?
Yeah, so, yeah. But think about it. Think about it.
No. I'm just being honest, man. I'm just saying. I could be some group of wild people over here, so right, and a lightning strike, right? Let's say some lightning strike and some fire burn, and some animal burn off, and a star me a star. So then me go in and me just see the animal burn off. Me like, yo, and me like, yo, this still good. I burn it burn, but you know, we can still eat this. and somehow me get a little stronger, and then from that, me see a little piece of the fire still a burn, and me say, wait a minute, you know, let me get this little thing up on and see what I go on with this. And me start work with fire, and anybody can do that. You understand me? I say once the idea comes, that's how the mind work. So but you question, nobody need to teach you that for you for like.
Yeah, but the question I ask
and have a inspiration to do something. But then maybe that one inspiration now the other people them see say, yo, them man they are cooks for them food. You know, say we need to figure out how that is done. You understand?
Let me ask you this question. Do you believe that when the people were first migrating out of Africa, they already had acquired skills?
I don't think you leave without acquiring skill. Like in the process of leaving, you're going to acquire skill. You understand? Because people are going to die. People are going to slip on the road. A snake are going to bite this. You have to learn as you find is a pattern. It's a pattern recognition machine type thing. It understands pattern. And it's always learning. So yes, they had some skill. You have to have some walking skill. You have to have some type of navigation sense. You understand? You're not just wandering. You might say you're traveling and follow the animal them to the next lake and them something there. But in that, you learn something about the animal.
No,
you learn something about the
Yeah, Rasta, I'm not denying the fact that you're going to learn unique things to your environment. But most primitive people can trace back the original skills to before they left out of Africa. They have additional skills that they learn that might be geographic to their specific area or to their specific trend, right? Because when people talk about agriculture,
when they say the African go in Europe and the Neanderthal teach them to eat shellfish, because they never know nothing about that at them time there.
Right, that's a new skill they acquire. You're not taking that.
Them where them and they're sharing the key of them with the Neanderthal and them, they find pure shellfish and this and that, but they don't find them in the cave of the Homo. So it's not like so certain skills you learn from even
you
couldn't have honored the skill.
All right, I have to give Bobby Banger this because we had this conversation before. Do you believe that the persons who migrated out of Africa is less intelligent than people today?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
Intelligence has nothing to do with knowledge.
I would say they're responding to their environment at the.
Yes, that's a question I'm asking.
I would be ignorant, so they have to be more intelligent.
No, I would agree with Bobby Bang on this, that they're just as intelligent today as they were
capacity-wise.
Years ago.
Yeah, that's why I said if I went back there, they would be more intelligent than me because they are intelligent people. That's what we're saying.
Right.
No, they had the same capacity, but they didn't have the same body of information. When they moved out of Africa, they acquired new information. So they were, you know what I mean, intelligence intel. You dig what I'm saying? They had more available information. You dig what I'm saying? They picked up more skills. You know what I mean?
But they had skills.
Than they had in their local environment.
But they had
you're going to gain more intelligence. You're going to gain more intel by moving into different environments.
Right.
Your knowledge base is going to broaden.
Yeah. So many of the I'm saying this to this. The reason why I said this is that many times we say that they picked up or they learned. But I am saying that primitive people have similarities because they come from the same source. And they left with skills. Now they improved on the skills as they move into different environments. But they didn't leave out of Africa without the capability to survive. So therefore, they're going to solve similar problems similarly because of the initial skills that they had when they left out originally. So it's where you start from. So if you start from 1 + 1 = 2, that's your foundation. So your foundation is always 2. You might end up somewhere where you end up in.
Yeah, bottleneck periods, those stupids, where whole populations get bottleneck in a one area, and them have to acquire new skills and redevelop things. And
Yeah. That is true. That is true. We can talk about the Ottoman Island.
Bottlenecks are very important when y'all talking about like these conversations right here.
So what I see.
Yeah, bottlenecks are very important.
What's up?
Yeah, but I was just thinking on primitive people and how they solve it, how the problem solve. If that the originally learned these problem solving ideas before they moved out, or they learned them after they moved out.
No,
And I believe that they originally had them, but they got better at them. Depends on the area that they went to.
What may I say, man, is that the brain is a pattern recognition machine, right? You can see a pile of junk, right? Even in a pile of junk, y'all go start make a pattern. See, oh, that thing is two whatever from that cup right there. So you understand? If you go to a wild field that don't have no pattern, your mind is gonna say, all right, that tree right there is 4 trees from this tree. And if we go down that way, the next tree is 6 trees. But there is no 4, 5, 6. Your mind is doing this for create the pattern because it take wildness. It can't take that. And so that's what you do. That's how you learn fatigue. That what you did on the road. And you would develop a pattern. You take the less grade.
We're brass.
You understand that if you take the less grade, you're using less energy. So you don't need to look for as much berry and then food. You see me?
Hey, Brass, remember we was having a conversation about is math fundamental, or you know what I mean, do human beings make it up? You hear what he was just saying about pattern making and things? We create math and we place that grid over the universe so we can understand it.
Exactly.
You feel me? Like that's what I was trying to explain to you, Brad. If you still there. You know what I mean? We had a big argument about that. You know? We had a big argument about that.
Rasta, you just a throw wood in the fire for them to like the Jamaicans, you know. Because we're worldly.
That's how I go, man. You're study where I study around here.
Too goddamn worldly. Y'all too goddamn worldly.
No, but this is how we're conversation back home. This is how what me and Rasta is doing is reasoning. We're reasoning with each other. We call it reasoning.
You know, say we not argue. You know, pussy or talking him some. Him ask me question and I respond. Yeah.
And then me rebut. This is what we do. This is how we learn. We sit down and reason with each other, and we reason it out. Right?
Yeah, man.
And nobody don't try to throw in a big word for dismiss anybody intelligence.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. But there's no reason for God jargon and them something there. We're having a general conversation. Yeah. Why would we go use jargon? If I go use jargon, I go explain it and make you understand why I have to use that term, because there's no other way for me to explain this and that. If I use
they're gonna say y'all not having an intellectual conversation then. They're gonna say, well, this is an intellectual conversation, right? You can't bring common sense and your own reasoning into an intellectual conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No, but that is it.
Yeah, you gotta repeat exactly. Look, you gotta repeat exactly what the white man said, and don't put none of your own thought into it.
You just gotta read it. You just gotta read it and don't add nothing to it. Don't add nothing to it.
Right. No, your mind is not capable of figuring. You know what I mean?
Right. Never. They don't have an original thought. That's my problem, you know. When I hear people talking and they're regurgitating the exact thing, I say, why do I need to listen to you? I can go and read a book. What's your thought on the matter? When I'm asking Rasta a question a while ago, Rasta giving me his thoughts. So therefore, I have to think now to say, okay, what do you mean by this? And then he explain what he means. That is how you reason. You don't come up here and regurgitate the white man verbatim. And then now when you ask him about what you think about
to the front porch, stupid. You just put the conversation on the front porch. That's what I be talking about.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. So anybody
they
who
ask you in third grade. Hey, Stu Bees, hold on. Stu Bees, they ask you in third grade. Your teacher get you to read a paragraph, and she say, "What did you get out of that?" Meaning, in your words, tell me what the fuck that meant. Do you understand
that? Goes to reading
what
comprehension.
You get out of that? Yeah, reading comprehension.
Right?
Yeah.
And then act like you're more intelligent than other people. No, I don't play that game.
That's how you be. That's why we be confused on what people saying. So we get to arguing, and then once we get halfway down the river in the argument, then it's like, oh no, that ain't what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? So it just be wild, man. So yeah.
Yeah. Because we come in this room to learn from each other. To say when you face with a problem, how you think it out. What do you think is the next step? Not come in this room to regurgitate everything that we read. And
you want a diverse way to do the problem solving, right? So I may have solved the problem one way, but I talked to Stu Pease for a while and I realized, wow, maybe I ought to use this technique to solve these issues. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely.
I don't think we really coming in these rooms, Pauls, to learn from each other. We're coming in here. Some of us are friends, but we're coming in here to hear different points of view on different subjects. Yeah. The issue is and I think that is the issue, Stu Pease, is when niggas come in here thinking they teaching, or niggas coming in here acting as if like their worldview is somehow better than another person's worldview, and then that's the disrespect. None of this shit is teaching or education. None of it. It's all your perspective, what a little piece of something maybe you didn't know or I didn't know, and this, that, and the other. When y'all coming in here looking for education and you get the shit slapped out you with anger and all of this other shit, then it turns into something else. Stu Pease, don't come in this motherfucker to learn. But trust me, bro. Just do me that favor. This should have become so much easier for you because you could just listen to niggas' worldview and decide if them niggas still being breastfed at 38, 40 years old, or if they got some sense of their own. Most niggas in here can't regurgitate. You're saying regurgitate other people's shit. Which one of these channels ain't doing that? It ain't no motherfucking. They go get the conversations you looking for, Stu Pease, is motherfucking when they go get the experts that actually could teach you something and maybe did bring something to the field. Everybody in here is just repeating stuff. So don't be disappointed that pound cake tastes like pound cake. It's pound cake. You my nigga.
No, Brash. As I told you last time I was up on the show, I did tell you, man, in defense of Stu Pease, the one thing we can't take is dunce and just outright idiocy. Yeah. Right? It just enrages me because you don't know what we had to do to get smart. You understand?
But you can only get mad at a dunce.
You understand what I mean? I see it. So when you start seeing things that's just utterly non-plausible, impossible, not even worthless of any type of thought. You're worthless, boy. And I can't take it. You're enraged me because we rather talk to Brass about some economic. We rather have a political discussion with C-Dot. We rather go and read the book with Ascal. We rather comment on one of Chevron's little slick comment. You understand? We rather do some intellectual around here than listen to Babylon Dumb and them type people. And then they get to talk more than Uno.
Yeah, I think everybody. One of the things in Discord we don't talk about. There's some technical. This show is a little different than what the average show is on like a StreamYard or something like that. If you've been on StreamYard, you kind of know the Discord. There's a technical difficulty in Discord that causes a lot of the arguments that we have. A lot of times, y'all not cutting each other off. Y'all can't hear each other. That's why I don't come in this motherfucker screaming and yelling, because I know if Corey is talking, sometimes based on his connection, Stu Pease might start talking, but it ain't because he's talking over Corey. He don't even know Corey is talking. So some of the Discord technical shit gets a little crazy. But then the other part, Anathema, and Stu Pease, I know you agree with me, bro. Y'all don't come in here looking for Plato and Homer and Aristotle and all these niggas, bro. Come in here looking for some. If you come in this motherfucking pause looking for dumb niggas, you'll find them. If you come in here for weird perspectives and strange perspectives and motherfuckers that was thinking of some shit while they was smoking weed at their baby mama house and shit, sometimes you'll get that kind of shit too. It's when you come in here looking for Plato and then you hear a nigga like Babylon Dunn or Indigenous Black Man, some shit like that. When you hear them niggas, but you thinking something else, that's when you get infuriated. But I don't get upset with that. That's why I like to hear a motherfucker out. Like Babylon Dunn, that was him the other day, right? I didn't have no issue with what Babylon Dunn was talking about with the IQ test until that nigga told me he was a mathematician, a linguist, and damn near astronaut. At that point,
was it an M on the end of that? Was it an M on the end of that? I swear I was hearing an M on the end of that. I'm a construction worker, so my hearing is fucked up. So I might be wrong, Brad, but I swear.
Yeah, no, I like that one. Babylon Dumb. The nigga started off the conversation at Anathema telling us that he was a mathematician and a linguist. I didn't need to hear nothing else. I can't even get mad at a grown man that say some shit like that. So if that's what he is, then cool, bro. Wherever he is, that's what he is. But when he's in here, he's Babylon Dumb.
I just started believing niggas. I started believing niggas, right? So when you tell me you got a degree from the school of Japan, I just believe.
It's Tokyo. Y'all keep fucking that shit up, bro. It's Tokyo. Y'all keep fucking that shit up. The nigga said, I'm not gonna let y'all fuck it up. He got his, and it ain't a degree. It's not a degree.
If you tell me you got a certificate in the Big Bang, Brad, it's a certificate. If you tell me you got a certificate in the Big Bang, I'm just gonna believe you. What can I do but believe you?
You sat with a team of thesis writers, right? You had 3 graduate professors reviewing your thesis and constantly sending your shit back to you. Fix this up, or this has already been done. This stated over here. This is not an original idea. And you go through this process for a whole year before you even get a reading. You understand? It's a whole year before they even, you wrote something worthy of being read to see if it can pass the thesis process. You understand what I say? And then the man come up and just say crazy shit. And you're like, no,
you're doing it again.
Man, because
you're doing it again.
It's defeative to the people that want to be academic, that's listening to this program, and they want to know, say, well, why is Buddha like this? And why Buddha? Because I went through the academic.
No, that's cool. But you got to remember,
and these people did it, and they're fronting like they did.
But sometimes, with everything that you went through, you're going to have to talk to the nigga that ain't made it out of 4th grade. Bro, some of these, hold on. Some of y'all, do you know how stupid some of y'all Egyptian conversations are? I've heard conversations where they're not even arguing anything about genetics, biology. They're arguing over the word never or should. like the word should is used improperly. Like they can't comprehend the proper placement of the word never and should. I'll give shouts to no, I won't. But a nigga said one time. Hold on, Nathema. A nigga said one time, when you start these conversations, Anathema, some of this shit you got to start with 3rd grade, 4th grade geography first. We got to make sure everybody knows that. And then you got to make sure everybody knows simple English comprehension, like 6th grade level. Then we can have these high-powered conversations about non-logic scriptures in the Green Sahara and by the Biafra. Because when you skip all the way to that, and you talking to a nigga that stopped 4th, 5th grade Miss Pemberton, that's your fault, bro. Anathema, that ain't their fault. They just doing what they supposed. When an Indigenous Black man goes into a chat and tells everybody, I taught everybody here everything that they know. He doing what he's supposed to do, bro. He's not wrong. He doing what he's supposed to do. You the fool for engaging with him. Me, I'm the idiot for engaging with the soldier boy nigga. So just stop expecting so much. Stu Peas, I heard the whole thing that went down with y'all earlier. You ain't got to get upset
every inflection because them man there, they have power. Because if you don't stand up to them, right, they will go on other panels and be like, yo, I defeated the intellectual.
And none of them
panels, they say he taught all the teachers and this and that.
And I'm here to tell you, Anathema, none of those panels matter.
No, it does matter. See,
so for what? This word listen, Anathema.
When I left the school system, it was a problem. Do you know what it's like to teach a Hebrew Israelite son? Do you know what it's like to have him in the classroom and he's really a Hebrew Israelite? Like he's really that. And his whole mind is turned off to anything you try to input in him.
Right. But that's his father's fault, not yours. And that's his father's responsibility, not yours. See, like, hold on, Anathema, real quick. The conscious community,
because I know say the way him think he's not going to perform.
I know, but it's still his father's fault. That ain't your fault, and it ain't your responsibility. Like the reason why
as an educator, though, that's what
as an educator. Listen, you can only teach. Listen, you know what COVID taught? You know what COVID taught me about parents? I work with children too. You know what COVID taught me about parents? Most of these niggas' parents don't give a fuck about their kids at all. And they look at school not as even a place for them to be educated. It's a place for their kids to go for 8 hours. Because when them little motherfuckers had to stay home and they couldn't leave and go out into the world and this, that, and the other, and their parents had to actually deal with them all day, had to work with them on school work all day. They had to actually deal with their children. Most motherfuckers don't even love their kids, bro. I'm being real with you. This is a real conversation. So fuck all the fluff. Let's have a real conversation. Most motherfuckers don't even like their kids. Yeah. So when you hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go on, Bryce. Your show.
No, it ain't my show. Just let me finish my statement. And then you can talk. This is a discourse. I just want to finish this sentence. So my point to you when I say these,
you ain't lying because mine get on my goddamn nerves.
Yeah, when these other panels, when you say what matters in these other panels, and Anathema, I'm doing this as a term of endearment towards you. Your level of education cannot be dictated or bothered by a community that ain't even real. This shit ain't real. This is a bunch of niggas on YouTube talking shit. Like they get mad at us because they're like, oh, you just giving your opinion, where the sources, where this, and this. I understand that we're just talking. That if I really wanted to learn all of this shit, I go to school for it. So don't ever in your mind think that Babylon Dumb could say something that would somehow make you seem less than on a panel that don't even exist. It's just people talking. It's when we get this overinflated thing, or you went to school, Anathema, you know that this ain't what it is. And by the people talking to you, you already know that the majority of the people talking to you don't know what the fuck they talking about. So don't worry about the opinion of a person like that. And I understand you can have a heartfelt, I'm gonna land my plane. I can understand that you have a heartfelt feeling towards making sure that this child gets educated, right? No matter what his father is, or no matter what his father believes. But at the end of the day, you and your job is to teach that kid. And then next year is to teach another one, and the year after that, teach another one. Whatever's gonna happen to that child, I got educators in my family. I understand why y'all get close to him. But if his father's a Hebrew Israelite, it ain't nothing you could do about it. You could tell him everything wrong with it. That's his father. You want him to go against his father? That's his lot in life. That's what he got to deal with. So I land my point.
No, man, I appreciate that, man. But what I was trying to express is I don't even really have to come back for that because you're right. You understand? And it's not that we take it personal like that. It's that this information does get disseminated, right? It goes out in our community. And if there's nobody to counteract it, then more people aggregate, they aggregate to it. They just come around it and it spreads. And so if we don't stand up to it, right? we have to stand up and put opposition to it, because we haven't seen it spread the pseudo and you haven't seen it affect the youth. Then I don't know what you're dealing with.
Right. No, it has.
Because the ignorant youth are affected by this. They go on TikTok and they learn these things. You understand? They pick up this crazy rhetoric and they become enraged. This is why I have this theory about the rhetoric of rage. That a lot of the conversations that we have about history, our position in society are based and create a sense of rage. And I've never seen anything of rage produce something valuable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right there with you, Anathema. I definitely believe it's rage bait. 100%.
And I'm trying to figure out the way to have these conversations without this hyper focus on being enraged by what happened to Black people, rather than just understanding what happened to Black people. And I don't know how to, because it's a nuance, because a lot of times some of the things are so horrific that you want to be enraged, just naturally as just a human being. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But you know that rage is not healthy for your heart.
No,
it's not healthy for your mindset. It's not even healthy for the way you want to plan.
Yeah, it fucks your worldview up too.
You understand what I mean?
It fucks your worldview
so
up.
It's a difficult. It's a balance you have to work on. You understand? Because certain people, you need the rage to inspire them. But when do you turn it off? When do you turn it off and you just focus on what's intellectual? And see, in my feeling, the pseudoism focus on the rage, and it just keep compounding the rage. All the pseudo thought go back to some rage in our Black people that is unhealthy.
Mm-hmm. So that's a logic.
And so that's why the minute I see it, I don't want to say that trigger thing, but more on counteracting. That's Jamaican term, pure counteraction. So let me see that counteraction. Oh, me don't like that plate. My counteraction for that. You see me?
But one of the reasons why you get upset is because, like many of our grandmothers or grandfathers or actual elders in our families have said, you're always gonna run into that issue when you cast them pearls to swine. See, like you're trying to, a motherfucker asking you for a 40-year-old English, and you trying to hand them a serious Sauvignon. Like sometimes niggas just got to deal with, you got to kind of leave from where you at and leave from where, you got to step outside your mind to even have some of these conversations and not. That's why I'm saying you'll never be disappointed if you don't expect. If I have no expectation, when I go on panels, I don't think I'm going to learn. I don't think that's not what this is for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know when you go to school, you realize you learn at school. And then if a nigga's talking, he might put his little spin on it or this, that, and the other. But even if they reading it, I've heard the same nigga say one thing and then say some off the wall shit another way. And so it's like, which one is true? So my only point to you, Anathema, just to save your spirit in a way, or just to save your brain cells in a way. And you too, Stupies, just don't come in here looking for education, bro. Don't go nowhere on YouTube looking for education. Go to a book to learn something. Go to school if you want to pick up a trade, or if you want to really learn about Egyptology. Fucking, there's courses. There's free courses on that shit. But if you go to a motherfucker's channel, hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let my plane. The majority of the shows that get the most views, and you know this, I'm gonna tell you both something that y'all both know. When motherfuckers is really just focused on the information, it'd be like 6 niggas watching. If a motherfucker's focused on the information, but motherfuckers start talking about your mother this or naming this, that, and the third, it'd be 200 niggas in there. So no, they're not. So this is not a, I can just look at the actions, not what nigga tell me. Because I know right now everybody gonna tell me, well, I learned so much, da-da-da. Yeah, but the shows where you actually learn, you don't watch. I don't really fuck with Joey, but if you go to Joey Francis's channel, the Solomonic TV shit, all his shit is all like sources. He reading from the Metal Netter and all these documents. His whole fucking channel is all of that. And he has problems getting 2 or 3 people to watch. I don't watch it because I'm not interested, but all these other people was interested, but they don't watch him. Go watch Solomonic TV if you're looking for information. But if you're looking for that Maury Povich, Jerry Springer, Egyptology, that's what everybody else is doing, bro. It's the arguing, bro. Every single show that got the most views, it was some kind of motherfucking personal, I'm gonna kill you, pull up, some kind of weird ass shit. So this probably ain't the lane where I'm looking for. That's why I'm not trying to knock you stupids on my plane. But when you said you come in here to have education, you always gonna be mad, bro. On any panel. Because that's just not what's going on.
Yo, hold on. Let me get this out, because Bryce, let me show you this. So I did tell you last time, don't let the pseudo them destroy your channel. Because like you said, all of that go on the panel, and we go over there for the turn up. Every now and then you're gonna need a turn up over here, and we're gonna burn them up and run them off or whatever. You see me? But what you really have for us is that it's the intellectual, like what you just said right now, right? It was articulate, it was intellectual, it was solid, and it had a great perspective to it. That I have to listen to him, I have to consider, I have to take that in my consciousness and focus on that and respond to Bryce in an intellectual way. You understand me? And that's what I'm over here, right? Because the learning thing is you have to know when to be differential, right? Even though I might have an opinion on politics, I know, like, see that, don't more. Certain man on these panels, maybe Corey, maybe you understand? Because I hear certain comment, certain people, you know what I mean? They have political, you know what I mean? They have real political understanding. You understand? They researching all the little different black mayors and different black this and that in politics. They know who's in Congress, people I don't know, and all of this and that. Right. You understand? So me know when for differential, right?
Right.
My thing is, I teach literature, composition, and rhetoric. I read a lot of fucking books, a lot of fiction, a lot of non-fiction, every genre. I understand language construction and them thing there. And also have a perspective about certain thing, right? But when it comes to my expertise, I'm going to enter that in the conversation with the expertise that I think I've earned. That people will say, wait a minute, we know say Buddha taught literature for a long while. Every now and then, you know, he might make a mistake, but when him have a comment about something about the sentence, something about the way it constructs, I go be differential and give him his more. You understand me? I say. So if you start talking about economic and political things and meat, I ain't got none. I'm gonna differential and learn from, and that's why I come here, because there's people that their skill is certain things that you have to differential to, and you have to willing to do that because you don't know it all. When Stu P start talking about the IQ and this and that, as smart as me is, you know how much me learn from Stu P's? Me don't agree with everything Stu P's see sometimes, you understand? You understand me? I see it? But me still can differentiate the Stu P's in certain situations. It's part of the reasoning. You have to know when to differentiate, like, no, the man know that better. So why can't I humble on myself? And the whole of Uno. You see me? Why? Why is that? Why I can't come to the panel, right? Even if Chevron want to do a whole perspective of the history of black barbitry and the significance of it, even though True Story and did a little bit. Let's say Chevron want to do a whole big thing of that as a barb. I'm gonna see different. I don't know nothing about what Chevron, aside from what True Story and what we study about barbitry and history. But the man, they are barbers, so we want to hear the barber perspective on all of this. You understand? Because you're gonna have a different insight. Because I'm a barber. So why can't you come to the panel and expect intellectualism from the people that you and listen to for a while, and you understand them field and them thing, and you rate what they might do?
Because my argument would be,
I love to go a True Story and show,
but it wouldn't be to expect it from everyone.
No, it's just that when
that's what I'm saying.
The man that can't get in the blind. You understand?
But that's what I'm saying. No, but that's what I'm saying. Just don't expect it from everybody. And then also remember, the people that you name too, the Stu P's know this. Because me and Stu P's, we got off on the wrong foot the first time we talked. But then we developed, I I didn't realize he was more intellectual than the first time I heard him. You know what I developed for him? A respect. Me and Fetty got off on the wrong foot when me and him first started talking. We don't get off on that wrong foot anymore because I didn't realize he was smarter. I just decided, yeah, that's a man of respect. I'm gonna respect him. So even when I don't disagree, that's really the issue, Anathema. Me and Stu Peace argue still. We was arguing yesterday. But I respect the man, right? Me and Fetty argue all the time. I respect the man. If you don't respect the other person, you can't talk to him. Even if you think they're the smartest motherfucker on earth, you can't talk to them. Some of these people to be on these shows, I had respect for you, but any respect I had is gone. Right? And the reason why it's gone is not because you did something, it's because it's something maybe I didn't see. You didn't do nothing different. That's the weirdest shit. Most of the people that I don't have respect for in this particular place, whatever this is, it ain't because they did something new to make me not disrespect them. I opened my motherfucking eyes and just realized what they was doing the whole time was not worth respect. So it's not, so you just gotta stop, not you, I'm only going to tell you that you're grown. You don't have to do any goddamn thing. But in my opinion, going on a panel when there's 17 people on the panel and thinking all 17, when the number is trying to be respectful, some of these niggas come in here to argue, bro. I've seen that shit happen so many times. Niggas' baby mama told them to wake up too early this morning, take the kids to school. Motherfucking, the Walmart told them that, they didn't get employee of the month. Whatever the fuck they got going on in their personal life, they come into this motherfucker and think they just about to dump that shit on you, right? And that's why, they baby mama probably just be punching them in the face every time they come home and wild ass shit just flying off on them. Something like that. And then they come in and let all that shit go on you. All these interactions ain't real because the place ain't real. So you listen to Stu Peas, you listen to Corey, you listen to Chef, not just because they intelligent, it's because you got respect for them. That's something separate from intelligence. The reason why you immediately cut off Babylon Dumb and motherfucking immediately told him he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about and couldn't stop telling the motherfucker he didn't know what he's talking about, because you really don't got respect for him, whether you're an astronaut, a mathematician, a linguist or not. You don't respect them.
Yeah, that's a great point. I want to say it while Fetty in here. He might not realize it, but that's the only reason why the nigga's still in here. Well, there's two reasons. I mean, yes, we still respect him, and I like arguing with the nigga. That's just that simple. But if we didn't respect him, he'd be out for sure.
Well, it's not that I don't respect Babylon Dan. I try and defend Babylon Dan in the chat. He never respond to me because I don't respect his information. It has nothing to do with him as a person,
You don't know. Well, we only know his thumbnail. So I'm gonna say you don't respect his thumbnail. You may not know the person, but you don't respect.
The way I'm presenting I got the recording about grammar, and he refused to respond.
I know. That's why.
And when he tried to respond, he was completely wrong. And y'all know this.
Yeah. And then the reason why
I didn't say nothing different. I just kept telling him like, yo, listen me now. Just respond to my point about grammar. Those are two grammatical statements, and I'm breaking down the grammatical statements. They're not mathematical statements. Mathematics is a sentence too, but it's written in math. So when you write a math sentence, right, things is different. But in this type of problem, the way the language was structured, this type of problem required you to do math, but it wasn't necessarily a math question. It was a logic question.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't understand that because the way the language was written required you to use a certain level of understanding grammar and not just converting a word problem into a mathematical problem. You had to really understand the syntax first. So that's why I focused on the grammar, right? And he never responded to that. So that's why I cut him. So I said, yo, you can't come in here and say, I'm this, and that. And I'm talking about two things that I teach in 4th and 5th grade grammar. Any of my 4th and 5th grade grammar student would have understood exactly what that thing said and what those two things I pointed out as far as the phrases were and how it implied to them interpreting the sentence so they could do exactly what was required of them by the statement. Otherwise, they would do something incorrect. And what he was presenting was based on a Terrence Howard shit that deviating from standard language, standard mathematics, and so the shit. How am I gonna allow that when I know he can't defeat what me say?
Yeah, well, here's the thing though, and
we're supposed to be having an argument in jargon now.
But hold on,
him with jargon that he never respond to.
Hold on, Nathaniel. But once again, that goes back to my point. The majority of these conversations, y'all not having high-level conversations. It's very interesting discourse, but it's not a high-level conversation because there's always somebody in this conversation, somebody on mute or somebody that hasn't said something. Do you know we was arguing about a high-level IQ test question, and he couldn't get past the word by, of, in half. Like you can't back. Like when you go to college, your first year in college, anybody who's been, you just take basically the courses where they could, so the college could see where you at. You take English and science and math and shit like that just to see where you at. You don't go right into your major.
I say 60% of black people that go to college take remedial classes first.
Well,
and
no,
that was one of the things I did not want my students to do because I never had remedial class. And I see all the people in like English 98, English 97 before they can even get to English 101.
I know, but I don't want to make it a black thing. I mean, I'm just making a colloquial comment.
No, tell the truth, though, man. Tell the truth.
No, I know, but I don't. We can do the black thing in a second. I'm just talking about college, just college. Period. You still take.
Graduated 4 years because they have to spend 4 years a remedial program.
No, that's fine. But then also, you know, there's a certain level of, you don't start off. Let's say you go in there for physics. You don't go right into the College of Physics. It takes a while before you can even go in the building and get into your major. But my point is this. Y'all having really high level conversations with niggas that don't understand by, of, the, never, and should. And then you wonder why you're getting into arguments.
Because the people need to understand the importance of the preposition. And you can't let somebody come over here and misuse those things and they go out of airwaves. Because it's ignorant people that if you don't counteract that, they're not going to believe it.
Hold on, Nathaniel. But we can't talk about by, never, of, should, and the for an hour. That's a quick conversation. That's if you want to know what holds motherfuckers back in any kind of growth. It's because you get caught up the little shit because you think you ain't supposed to struggle. You think you're supposed to do something great and be this huge success in life, and you can't get past.
I caught him, and I said he couldn't talk no more. You know what happened? I got kicked off the panel. Right, why should he be able to talk after that? Like once he's dead,
I want to rewind. But anathema. So let's rewind it. Why is it that African Americans going into college, where a lot of them have to take remedial courses first? Is a reason for that. I mean, because these ain't. If somebody entering college, then that's a motherfucker who actually
prerequisite.
Yeah,
prerequisite,
not remedial. Prerequisite.
They remedial.
No, remedial courses. They're not prerequisites. Stop
that.
Is it remedial? I didn't know that. Okay, y'all talking.
No, it's not. It's different.
A prerequisite will require you to get into your major. It's a prerequisite to get into your major. But a remedial course is not even college level. It's to get you to college level. All right, so let's start back over.
I just learned that was something.
Like pre-algebra course, I'm on the course before pre-algebra.
Yeah, it's something that you should have done in high school.
And then
but college realized
exactly.
You don't even know pre-algebra, so they gotta get it.
This means that when you graduated high school and you took the matriculation exam, which says you could matriculate and you had the skills to go do basic college level skills. You can write a basic 5-paragraph essay. You can write the basic English syntax. They failed the matriculation exam and they have to go a remedial course. Don't tell me it's not true.
But we don't take.
We're not saying it's not failed the matriculation.
We don't take.
They agree with you. They agree with you.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing, but we don't take a matriculation exam before you go to college. You find out, and chef, this is important. I don't know how they do it every other place, but you don't take a matriculation exam to go to college. You graduate high school, and then you pick your courses,
and you're automatically
and you just
qualified.
take them, and you
take
find
the
out.
matriculation exam at
It's
college.
a placement.
No, let me finish. Though.
No, it's a
but
placement.
you don't.
It's
It's a place. But
exam.
even that, not but
matriculation.
Yeah, but not even
That's
that.
the
Hold
technical
on,
term. That is the technical. We were very familiar with the word matriculation.
We know what the word means. I'm saying the average college student. Yeah, the average college student does this. They graduate high school. They spend the summer fucking off the little bit of free time they got left. They go to college. They pick their courses in a fucking a computer, just like whatever, and then they start the class. They don't find out that they don't know what the fuck they doing damn near until they get into class.
Yeah, a lot of
when they
people
sit in there doing the work. Hold on, when they sit there and doing the work, and the teacher,
Because when I went to school, you had to go. You graduate college, and then before you start college, you took a matriculation exam before you pick classes to see what class you could pick. And if you didn't pass that exam, you could not pick English 101. You couldn't put one with a 100.
Yes. Yes, bro.
And you spent like 2 to 1 years in 900, and you spent 2 to 1 year in courses under 100 classes. Getting eligible. And that's how a lot of people fuck off their lawn. Because they spent their lawn on remedial classes that didn't count those studies.
Never even heard of it. I never even heard of that before.
Bruh. Let me say. I'm trying to get to my point. Let me listen.
You gotta let each other go one on one. Like, I mean, one by one.
I can't even get to my point.
Go ahead, Chef.
Right. Now, I agree with you, Anathema. In the placement exam, it properly assesses where you're at with your basic skills. I agree. So if there's a lot of African Americans have to take remedial courses before they can even get to their college level math and English and all of that, there's a reason for that. I was asking, what's the reason for that? Because these ain't no.
And I will tell you, that's
these
one
are
of the
people
problems
actually
I solved in my school.
Yeah,
I made sure when I was teaching that every student would be prepared to pass any matriculation exam. My top students all went to major colleges in California. Every time. My top 22, if you was my top 20 student, you get a letter of recommendation from me. The school knew you was going to matriculate into 101. So they went to USC, UCLA, UC Davis, UC Irvine. One went to Columbia. The next got interviewed for Yale, but she chose Stanford, Berkeley, UC San Francisco, UC Stanford University. All my students went to these schools because these people knew that they would matriculate. Why? Because I taught them the basic grammar. I taught them writing. Because the essence of the exam was understanding language. And if you don't understand the mathematical, if you don't know how to read the word problem, no matter how good you are at math, y'all go fuck problem. If you're good at science and you don't know how to read the science, y'all go fuck up science. So it's an essence. And most black people don't want to do literature class. They just don't.
You say that's the problem, Chef. It's the literature class.
It's the English class. I speak Patois.
No, I'm saying that. I was trying to get to the point.
Yeah, Chef is making an overarching
I'm saying that our schools don't prepare us for college.
Right.
And the moment we get in college, these people graduate from high schools and they be A students. How is an A student got to take remedial courses? That means that school ain't preparing them kids properly. That's the problem.
I'll tell you why, because I was a teacher. In certain schools, right? The school and the population of students are so disinterested. It's so difficult to get them to perform that a good student will get eased by. Because remember, they're graded on the curve. So if everybody is failing, but you got the 75% on the test, you're a student. But you're a 75% student. You're a C+ student in comparison to everybody else. But at this learning environment that is not structured around learning. Like there's very few black schools. I'm a teacher, man, where you go in and learning is the objective of the black youth. No, being fresh, having the finest shoes, even if you got the fucking uniform, they want the best shoes, they want the best accessories to stand out. They're not focused on being the A student, understanding and doing the right project for the DNA diagram when they have to build the double helix. None of that. You know how hard it is to fight to get them? To go to the fucking 99-cent store and get the styrofoam and the little things to build just a little double helix diagram. But then them same people
are you saying black
gonna
kids?
come online and start talking about DNA for black folk and E1, B1 and all of this fuckery. You understand me? I see it. But when it's time for actually do the project, you can't see it. So certain teacher, you know, there's no incentive. So when you have 5 students that have an incentive to learn something, and then they're above the curve, they're gonna be A students, and you know they're going unprepared. Like you literally know it. There's nothing you can do about it.
But why are you saying
they're
black
not even
kids? That just
in
sounds
the
like
environment
kids.
for you to develop them any higher. Because if you just start teaching to them and trying to develop them any higher, you're gonna lose the rest of the class, and you might as well just take these 5 people and put them in a DA room, and you and them just have class, and let the rest of them.
Yeah, he's speaking on the homogenous classroom.
Yeah, but that sounds like kids, not black kids. Why are you saying that about black?
He was cooking.
Yeah, but that's all kids. Most kids is that way. That's not
but
black
he's
or white.
But he's making a direct. See, how can we always do that though?
I'm not even talking to you.
I taught in a blood school in Los Angeles.
Yeah, like why
That
you
was dominated. It was 50%. No, it was literally split down the middle. It was split down the middle. It was like 50%. Some years it might be 55% Latino. Then the next year is 55%.
Right. So you would say it's all kids,
school, right?
Kids.
And it was a blood school dominated by gangbanging. This is what dominated the school. I taught the AP program, but I also told you I had 2 classes of pure gangbanger.
Right.
And I'm telling you, the AP student, I had to like torture them for AP. It took me 2 years to start the program and build it up to where I had a respect. To where once you was in Mr. Robbins' program, everybody respected Uno. You know, you understand? It was like leave them alone because they're trying to do something different. You have to build that. But you don't have every teacher that's going to go try and build that type of culture in our school. You understand me? I see it? But it's also dependent upon the student that wants to learn. And if you don't have an environment where the student wants to learn, you can't have success. No matter what you do.
We're talking about all students, we're talking about all students though, not black students.
I'm talking about
you said black students.
And he asked me why black people went to remedial program. Because white people in the remedial program isn't, but I'm telling you why the majority of black people went to the remedial program. It's Asian people in the remedial class too. Don't act like
that's all.
Understand? But I'm saying the majority of black folk, if you look and you understand what happened, I seen what happened with people alone. I seen people using their Pell Grant on classes that they didn't get no unit for them class. So that means after the first 2 years of their money is spent on classes that don't count, just for them to get eligible. So now the next money is spent on the first 2 years of them doing their little undergrad. So now they stupid and they want to choose an easy major and stupid major like this and that. Sociology, majors where they wouldn't have to write all type of things. I was there, man. I seen the thing, man. So people can't tell me this didn't happen. When it comes to taking like physics and no, man, black people taking those class, whether they're Jamaican, any of this. You have to be African and this and that. Certain people was in these class that wasn't we. I was one of them Jamaican, so I can't say that. I was in the literature. I was the only black man. There was 2 black ladies in other class, 1 Asian, everybody else was white. And you know what they was in other class for? They was using the literature program to get into law school. They were doing the graduate literature program as a prerequisite for law school.
Okay. Did you get to
that was bugging me out. I was like, I'm there to go teach black people. I'm literally there. I'm telling them I'm going to go be a teacher, and all of the white people telling me, oh, well, I'm using this because I need to understand, rhetoric and writing and all of this. Going to give me a book. I'm studying to take the law exam and all of and that I'm going to law school after this. This was 60% of the white people in our literature. And this is the competition that we're dealing with. You understand me? I see it.
I got you, Chef. Did you get your point though? I don't even know. Was this in response to Chef was saying, or what was the?
Yeah, what Chef was saying. Why are they in the remedial program? Because they don't take literature serious.
But I don't think that's what he was saying. I'm gonna speak for Chef because he ain't speaking.
No,
he's saying
Chef
that the
school it on the school. Fuck that. Reading is not on the school. They provide you the book. You learn for reading 5th and 6th grade when you have it. Why you start reading when you get to high school? You already learned. You don't give up learning until you're about in 7th and 8th grade. Before that, you love going to school and you love learning.
Anathema. Hold on, anathema, bro. I know everybody ain't talking, but you got to give other people room to get into the conversation, my brother. So what I'm saying is, in order for you to say that the schools, it's all on the students and the schools didn't prepare them, well, that the students' fault is not on the school, you don't know what happens at every single school. Some schools, A in that class ain't nothing for what you about to do in college. So you might be the smartest nigga, you're a big fish in a little pond. The school shit is just pushing niggas through and not taking the work that you would take, or not taking the care or the time that you would take. So it can't always be on the student. There's a certain level of school responsibility too. I agree, a lot of the responsibilities on the student, but you got to put some of this responsibility is on the teachers that just give out worksheets versus a teacher like you that actually work with a motherfucker, or that actually try to build the motherfucker, or teach them to be showing some adult shit, some man shit. Some of this got to be on the parents. These are kids that we talking about. I don't expect 16, 15, 16-year-olds to be 30-year-old adults and fully understanding everything. You got to push them, and then sometimes it's got to be a little bit of luck. So you can't put this all because some 15-year-old kid would rather cut school and hang out with his friends than go to class. You can't put that shit all on him. It takes a village. That's all I'm saying.
Well, according to the data, schools account for 10% of the overall variance of the success of the student. So,
Bryce, what I was talking about, I addressed everything you said.
That's some bullshit.
That's the data.
Okay,
Bryce, listen to me on. You can have a school where the learning environment is not conducive to learning, but you have a certain amount of students there, and you're gonna push them through. And say they're unprepared. Right. Because you hope they take the remedial class and this, that, and just get a start.
Right.
You understand me? I see it. I gave that scenario before you even spoke.
Right.
I literally counteracted that because I already knew that that's what people was going to see it. Did you listen to me? What we see?
I didn't hear that part. No, I didn't.
When I put it on the student, I'm saying that if you don't have a learning environment that's around learning, when you're 16-year-old, it's supposed to be about learning. Why isn't that the standard of the black community? And everybody points to, well, the Asians have this. Why we don't have that? I had it culturally. No matter what I did on the street, right? My family told me, like, yo, you got America, school are free. You come from country. You're ignorant. You better get an education, no matter what y'all do. So what you think, say me I do?
Man, some of these kids anathema don't talk. They talk to their parents in the morning, and they don't talk to them again until the morning. The culture.
Yeah, but I know
I'm not talking about black. I'm not saying black.
Like a lot of people, they just blame the school, right? They blame the infrastructure in the school, but I'm telling you as an educator, right? If you're not, because, all right, watch this now, because this is one thing you have to know. I didn't study literature and then say, well, I couldn't get a job or I couldn't pass the God damn it, I forget the name of the test. I was going to see it. It was on, but the law exam, whatever. I didn't go to school for that. I actually went to school to be an educator, and I wanted to teach English literature because I knew that was a problem. So the whole of the time I was studying, I went to graduate school. Then when I graduated graduate school, I enrolled in the teacher credentialing program on campus. I didn't learn teaching online. I had a 2-year program. I went to school 8 years. So I had a 2-year program where I got my credential and license and all that for teaching. So I had to go to class. So I learned about childhood development, curriculum instruction, curriculum development, learning modalities, learning deficiencies. All of these was 6-month class, 3-month class, semester class, the whole program, 2 years. So when I came out, I went fully equipped. You understand? Some people, they're a science teacher because they got some degree in some fuckery science. They said they could be a science and they can't do nothing else in life. So then they say, well, I'm going to go over here to school. But they're not prepared to teach school. So they got to learn from the Phoenix University and get them credential. They got to go to professional development. They're operating without a credential and they teach in 4 and 5 years and don't know what they're doing. That's the problem. Because I did 8 years of schooling for me, less money than anybody else that went to as much schooling as me, man, when we come out, right? Come and go for teaching. So my first, you know what I mean? The first job I get maybe like $50,000 a year. But I only had $9,000 debt in loan because I didn't need no loan until I actually went towards the end. You understand? Mm-hmm. And then they paid that off because I taught in the ghetto school. So I never paid no loan.
Shouts to Fetty. This is what I mean by respect Fetty. Fetty will say sometimes the thing nobody wants to hear, but I'd be goddamn if he wasn't right. I'd be goddamn if he wasn't right. Damn, Eric, are you talking about the Stanford Hoover study, Fetty?
It's a lot of shit that's been replicated. That's why
No, you're right. I'm gonna give you. Hold on, don't get in the way of me giving you a flower. Eric Hanushek and others, Stanford Hoover. These are modern research estimates. Stanford Hoover, roughly 10 to 20% of a student's achievement outcomes can be attributed to schools, teachers. About 60% is explained by non-school factors: parental education, family income, and neighborhood. Shouts to you.
I told you, man, you have to build a learning.
I literally mocked you and didn't fucking know.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, man, that if you don't have a learning culture, I'll tell you, the AP students became like special people on campus when I was there. All the students would tell you that. It was almost like there was a gang. It was almost like the AP students was a set.
No, we were. Well, I mean,
you understand?
They definitely were. So.
Where everybody was like, "Nah, that's Mr. Robbins' posse, and they're going to do big things." Loud in. They have passion.
Anatima, what you did was the sixth form thing in Jamaica. Because when you go to the sixth form in Jamaica, you are the boss. You get the prefect, you get the respect from the teachers, the principal. Sixth form is like what, 12th grade here?
Yep.
Yeah. Like 12th grade. They get a different level of respect. It's a Jamaican thing.
Hey, Stu Pease, I looked up why I didn't really know what that matriculation test you was talking about was. Yeah. So there is math placement to determine the correcting starting math course. I went directly to OSU. It said I went to this is theirs today, but you typically don't need to take it if you earned a score of 3, 4, or 5 on calculus AB BC exam, or you have transfer credits for a specific OSU math course, or your general or deferred math credit has been evaluated and approved. There are 2 versions. Now, if you're an engineering student, you do have a placement test regardless of AP or transfer credits. But English and math, they can go right to your ACT scores or your high school transcripts. And if you took AP classes, you don't have a placement test. So that's why I never heard. I didn't know that there was a placement test for that stuff because I didn't have to take it. But that's also ignorance. It doesn't mean no one has to take it. I just didn't take it.
No, that was one of the incentives I gave my students.
No, I took AP courses though, and then Ohio, when you were in high school, the college that you want to go to. I don't know if they do that everywhere else. I mean, I'm sure they have to. In Ohio, the school that you want to go to, you can take like those classes. Like if you're not accepted, but if that's your interest or whatever, you can take a class that's basically, I guess, or whatever would be the placement test. But I was in AP courses, so you don't have to take.
I tried to explain to you, Bryce. I was AP.
No, you're right. You were right.
I used to use that as an incentive. I should use that as an incentive. Like if you don't pass this course, if you don't score high on the AP exam, you're gonna have to take another test.
Right.
Don't do that. Get a B or get the E and I'm a course, and you're not gonna have to take the matriculation exam. The other students, I would prepare for pass the matriculation exam. You know why?
Because you knew he was gonna.
I know I said they wasn't gonna take the ACT or the SAT.
Right.
I knew it.
What you saying, Stu Pease? You want to say something?
No, he's right. He's right. Because and I see some people fail some simple tests. And you say, whoa, why? But it's the system. All right. When I just came here, my son is not in America. My son gone to engineering in Canada. I could have filed for my son, and I did not. Because when I went to the school here, I saw the black kids and saw how they approach school. I said, nowhere in hell is he coming here. Nowhere in hell. Because I live in a relatively all right neighborhood. And there's this Chinese kid in a lower grade than the black kid. And he was charging to the homework. And black kids were coming to him. He was like in 2 grades lower than them, paying him to do the homework. How the fuck am I going to carry my son here? Why? Why would I carry my son here?
Yeah, Stu Pease.
My son has.
You know how much yard man send them youth to my school because me was there. You know,
Yes.
Jabba sent his daughter go to my school because me was there. Yeah. Once people saw me was there and doing certain things, them say, all right, go to this school. Me don't care about none of them someday. Nobody about you. Go there, so. Me know the rest over here, so. So you are all at this school and you stay here 2 years. And you know what? The whole of them man, they go to college. Every single one of them.
Yeah, we don't play that game. We don't play that game. We don't play that game.
So what y'all are saying that like say young black kids, right, who are on the outliers, meaning they do really well, they aren't going to maximize their potential in a homogenous black class versus being in the classroom that's probably colorblind and they're in that class based off them being smarter than others. Are y'all saying that? Because
no, you had to be colorblind because my classroom wasn't colorblind. My classroom was.
So you're saying it doesn't have to be colorblind, but have a classroom strictly directed to students who may be efficient more than others, and if they're in a classroom with others, like if you have a homogenous class that doesn't value intelligence, does that smart student who's in that homogenous class, they may not maximize their potential? Is that what you're saying?
They won't.
I got you. Yeah.
They won't.
Because Anathema, remember
they don't want to be the smart ones.
And Thomas Sowell was talking about the culture aspect and how like he was talking about like Dunbar College in Baltimore. I said Dunbar College, Dunbar High School in Baltimore, and how they valued certain things like literature and stuff like that. And they found that in black culture, a lot of things dealing with education, like even you being the smartest out the bunch, you're considered like a square. You know what I mean? Like in black culture, oh, you a square, look at this nerd and shit like that. And how culturally, even the smartest ones out the bunch don't feel like they're a part of the real black experience because they always get ostracized for taking certain things serious.
Oh, let me ask you a question right now. Let me ask you a question right now. I want to ask the panel a question right now. I want to ask the panel a question right now.
That don't happen in
I want to ask everybody.
St. Louis schools, yo. The smart kids, the smart kids get with your ass too. In St. Louis, the smart kids will beat your ass too.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
No.
Hold on, I want to make an announcement. Hold on, Stu Pease. I want to make an announcement. Yo, did y'all see Charlie Kirk just get killed?
Did he die? I think he got shot. I don't know if he died or not.
Did you see that shit, Anathema?
I never seen nothing right now. You're not gonna lie.
The nigga Charlie Kirk. Oh shit, this nigga got killed. Bro, he got hit in the neck. DQ, he gotta be dead.
Well, they don't know. I'm still waiting on sources. I've been watching.
The amount of blood come out of his motherfucking neck.
Yeah, they popular.
He in the jugular. He dead, man.
Too much violence we see in my life. I don't want to see no blood come out of my neck.
He's a right wing activist, founder of Turning Point USA. He was given a presentation at Utah Valley University.
And a white man.
A white man hit him. A white man killed him. He got shot in the neck. When you see the amount of blood come from his neck, I don't know how he lived.
The video's in the chat.
I'm looking at the video.
Mm-hmm.
He hit that nigga in the neck from 200 yards away. He was the one.
Y'all want to see something crazy? Just open y'all Twitter right now. Nigga, Twitter's going wild right now.
God, bro. I ain't never. It looked like it was something out of a movie.
Bumbleclad.
Bro, it's like he got
videos of what chat it here.
Look in the general.
Can we show that?
No, don't do that, Brass.
Okay, yeah.
No.
No, I'm not. I'm asking, and I definitely wasn't telling y'all.
No.
Yeah, there's gonna be some shit behind that. Yeah,
I'm jumping in front of that. No.
Before the conversation get away, I want to ask this question right now.
Man, we done moved on from the man getting shot.
No, because it has to do with what
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I want to know if your child was the lead, male or female child, whatever, was the lead in the high school play. And I don't know what play maybe they're doing Raising in the Sun. And your daughter is the lead female, or your son is the lead male character. Do you go to that and support all of those events as much as if your son is the star football quarterback?
We know the quarterback getting more support. But this is what I'm saying. What they need to do, what black communities need to do, is what Jamaica do. Certain schools, you have to be bright to go there. Like the St. George's, the JC, the Campion. Is the brightest of 11-year-old go there. And they spend the whole of the high school there. You put the brightest with the brightest. So the dunces class in there is oftentimes brighter than the brightest class at a done school. And probably that you need to do. Some people is going to be left behind.
Okay,
what do you think about that, Rasta? Do it the Jamaican style. Put the brightest with the brightest.
Some people have to go vocational.
Yeah, some people have to go vocational school. Them got technical school. Set up technical school, they're gonna learn plumbing, mechanic. Mm-hmm.
That's what they do with the AP program, though. It's about putting the brightest with the brightest so they can compete and That's what that's about in America. That's why Brass don't understand the rest of it. Because them they are AP program.
Yeah, because Brass never understand it because it was in a bright class at a bright school. At a school where the socio-economic conditions were different. Yeah, but colleges do it, right? You tend to put the brightest students at the Ivy League colleges.
Yeah, that's why you have the remedial and the separation that way. Because they know, say, if you put the remedial students in English 101, a fail them, I go fail.
Right.
So you might as well take them back and start teach them 10th grade education.
Mm-hmm.
You have to pay for it, but you didn't learn it at 10th grade, however while or whatever way, and we have to prepare you. So a remedial, you can't go over there with them someday because you can't compete.
So what? So brother, you think the crucial stages of development needs to happen at an earlier age, like from 2 to 5 or some shit like that? That's what you're saying.
No, I think high school, because every child is bright.
Okay.
You rarely have a dunce child unless him have some real mental learning deficiency, right? Every child want to learn to do something. They want to mimic them dad. They want to mimic.
What question? Hey, did you know this, bro? Did you know this?
They all want to go to elementary school. They all
in middle school, high school.
They don't want to be the person that don't learn the alphabet. The one that can't learn the alphabet, when them go test him have some biological problem. They make him dance. You understand? But after 5th, 6th, 7th grade, now choice start coming. Puberty start coming. You understand?
Yeah.
Hormones start develop. Things start happening in all them people mind where if you start orient yourself towards one type of influence, you're not gonna go upon the intellectual influence, my youth. What they call it? What you call it? Jump off the barge?
Yeah. Hey, you know what's so crazy, bro? Like middle school, white, like when they do studies compared to white, blacks, or Latinos or whatever, especially black men or black young kids actually, they actually score they score the same. Like actually young kids actually score higher, but that stage between like 15 to 18, that's where they see like a stagnant decline in like dealing with like IQ scores or standardized testing and shit like that. So you may be onto something. Like those crucial stages is definitely important to keep that thing going, because if you
also remember, I ran the AP program, I worked with the administration, and all of these statistics, all of these quantitative, qualitative statistics and data and distribution of the data amongst the mean, modium, and we did all of that shit.
Yep.
You understand me? I say so. When I talk about these things, even though it's anecdotal, but it's also based on me being more than just a teacher. You understand? Me seeing documents and working with the administration because of the position I had. So I have a different perspective. It's not like I just went to work every day and taught a 10th grade English class. You understand? So when I be talking about these things,